Steel Toe Morning Show.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the Steel Toe Morning Show. It's a solo again. I'm Aaron. I don't know. What do you want to do? You want to talk about... we can talk about April's situation later. I don't know if we do it right. I don't want to start off with it right away. April and I did have a talk yesterday about the program, about the show, and everything else, and we can talk about that today. There's definitely some interesting stuff there. We've also got a ton of news to get to, a ton of discussion, a ton of things. I also, by the end of the week, want to have a new display. I want to get rid of the template and all that. I want to maybe throw some logos in there. May even turn the camera around. May even shoot this thing at the wall. I know the kids would appreciate that. The kids would appreciate this giant thing not cutting off the flow of the room. But I don't know what you guys think. We might change the angle. I don't know. As I look, oh man, I wonder if that Cold Spring Select Stock advertisement might be a problem on YouTube. No, because it's not a Nazi armband. It's an SS. I mean, that's just one of the coolest things. That Select Stock deal. But everything else, I don't know. Oh, we got a picture with Matt Wood in it on the wall. Okay, so we could do all of that stuff. We'll see. But I want my Loaf Piggy sippy cup more prominently displayed, like it's on a talk show desk. I would like the whole screen, full screen, so we can get rid of the template. I suppose I could just keep the backdrop in the background, but then again, you look at like all the people on the backdrop, and like none of these people are on the show anymore. Like Johnny, okay, I guess Johnny's on there in that picture. Well, like April's taking a break. Corey's gone. Maybe I get a new one of these made. I don't know. We'll see. We have a great show, though, today. You guys have been, I cannot compliment this audience enough. I also am very excited to see the show making the rounds because of the Elisa Jordana thing. I got to get on that. I got to clip that out today. I got a lot of show stuff I want to work on. I want to see that what is it? The Elisa Jordana clip put up. Matt and I, our propeller, woman walking into the propeller, the lemonade stand bit. The Candace Owens thing from Monday, the Billy D. Williams blackface thing from yesterday. Oh my God, do we have a lot to do. Maybe I'll see if Johnny wants to do the show tomorrow. I took the night off last night because I wanted to let my ribs rest. I've got a few bruised ribs from a sparring incident this weekend, and I wanted to give them time. I don't know if it really helped because it's still shit. Like it's still difficult. Like getting situated properly, sitting right, breathing right, adjusting, talking loud, laughing. Thank God I'm not very funny. I think that's extremely helpful. But these goddamn ribs, man, these are something I never want again. I'm going to make sure I keep that right hand. I'm going to keep it nice and low. Hit me in the head all you want. Just don't hit me in the fucking ribs, man. Jesus Christ. Plenty to talk about today. I do want to go through the chat. I do want to talk to you guys. Unbelievable job this week. We're starting out ahead. I believe the number is 320 is our number today. If somebody wants to get silly and just get us right underneath 300 by the end of the hour, I'm cool with it. And then I don't know. I'll probably ask Johnny to do tomorrow morning. We got Matt, of course, coming in tonight. Maybe have Johnny pull double duty. We're going to do an evening show on Thursday. For those of you who don't know, there will be a Thursday evening show. And then Friday, Rumble Friday is normal. I took last night off. Just tried to give these a little bit of a rest. I did call the doctor. Basically what the doctor said was no more monkeys jumping on the bed. No, I asked the doctor, like, they went through a questionnaire. I did one of those nurse over the phone evaluations. And they said, it doesn't sound like your ribs are broken. It sounds like they're bruised. There's not really much we're going to do for you other than to say wrap it, which I should probably do. And then also, outside of the wrapping the ribs, they said we could maybe give you a prescription. Other than that, there's not a whole lot we can do. So I'll probably just let these cook and see what we can do. We can have bruised ribs for breakfast. Snookerman becoming a member for his 8th month. Thank you, buddy. People in the chat saying, how's dem ribs? Missed you last night. Yeah, I don't think I'll probably take any more nights off. I probably won't change the schedule because of my ribs, because honestly, they are what they are. And we'll just power through. April's other job called her in, eh? That's very funny. Yeah, I mean, we'll talk about the latest on April. I know a lot of people are concerned. I know a lot of people, I get messages from people asking, we miss her. The show's great, this and that, but what's the deal? I did talk to her yesterday. I do have an update. I do owe the audience that. I know sometimes when I share, April goes, why did you tell them that? Why didn't you tell them? This show's been around for, 10 years? And I have always cut it straight with this audience. I have always told the audience what's up. I've always kept the audience abreast on any changes that are coming or anything that's going on. And, I mean, this is a big one for, 2 years now? A little over 2 years now? April has been a regular co-host on this show, and now one day she decided she needed mental health time. And when people announced that, and April didn't even announce that she was taking mental health time. First of all, last Monday, that evening show she did was fantastic. I enjoyed it. I liked listening to it, and then ultimately joining her on it. But then just kind of the whole internet just kind of hit her, and she didn't like it, and she wanted some time off, and me being the guy I am, I gave her the time off. Why wouldn't I? Anybody? I mean, she's my wife, first of all. But if anybody asked me for that kind of time, I would give it to them. And as far as the update goes, I guess we can talk. Well, like I said, we can talk about it later. But I don't know how much time that's going to be. I mean, we can go through the things that the internet's saying about her and explaining to you why she would want more time with that, or why she may not want to ever come back to the show again. And again, I support any of those decisions. I am adaptable. You know how many co-hosts have come and gone in this show's history. I have always said I do not want unhappy campers in my tent. And if, the first time the internet came after April, about a year and change ago, I wasn't this gracious. I told her, I said, put your head down, power through, we can do this. And it took a toll on her. So this time we're just going to do the opposite. We're going to go, hey, be in your feels if you want to be in your feels, Make this, lean into it, whatever you want to do, stay away from it, whatever. The internet is a shitty place for women. It's a especially if you want to be a female performer. And, again, if she needs time, she should take her time. Michael B says a golden EIB mic would be a nice touch. Ooh, okay. Rusty Grammar says, I liked when you had cool stuff behind you at the radio station. Yeah, that's it. You know what? We could go with that. We have a little ledge here. Oh, you know what I just thought of? The wires. I'd have to run wires behind and over and... Ugh. Sounds terrible. Oh, and where would the camera go? Where would I put the camera? Shit, this might have to be the setup for a while. Who knows? Red Honda says April is on demand. Teaser appearances like a pay-per-view. T. Jefferson says puts on tattoo armband. We miss April. Red Honda says Melton is having a nervous breakdown over a missing April. Oh, well, look, I don't want the guy to have mental health problems. And Red Honda, you shouldn't be watching that stuff anyway. It's all nonsense and it's bad for you. I actually had an advertiser, like one of our show's advertisers, call me and said, you know anything about this Patrick guy? He's a complete loon. He's writing all this stuff like he's going to get me or something. And he goes, he's one of the dumbest guys I've ever seen. Like, one of our advertisers called me to say, this sounds like a child. I guess Patrick had a fucking temper tantrum. And he wrote to one of our swear to God, took this phone call yesterday. Patrick started emailing one of our advertisers in the early afternoon, I think, and didn't stop until late at night. And even switched emails. Like, he changed email addresses he was using. And our advertiser called me and said, yeah, he just started emailing me from a different email, but then just writing the same stuff. He told me, like, you'd better stop advertising on Steel Toe. He's the devil, and I can't take this anymore. You have to stop. And the guy, I'm keeping confidence here, but the guy who called me said, he's an idiot. Like, I think Patrick thought he would write this, and this guy would be like, oh, my goodness, what is this all about? He goes, I knew right away this was some internet moron. And he's like, I just laughed at the guy. So I thought that was very funny that a guy who pretends like he's too cool for the room and he doesn't care, he's having a fucking meltdown via email over the fact that we have a couple of advertisers. I mean, if he wasn't such a chud, I might even feel bad for him. That's pretty bad. Cocktiff says, how is your broken asshole? My asshole's good. I thought about that for a minute because I wanted to give you an honest answer, but my asshole feels good. SC Motorsports says, were you jackhammering in the streets all day? Ba, 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 ba. With the jackhammer all day in the street? Toastmaster says, moving is what you have to do to get better. Just avoid getting punched for a week. Is that what it is? Just avoid getting punched for a week? I have people telling me 4 to 6 weeks. Ugh. Hulkamaster Baby says, you called the doctor, they told you what to do, and still didn't do it. What good was the phone call? What do you mean? I called the doctor. They said there's not much for you that we can do other than give you medication. So I'm resting. What do you think I'm doing here? I'm resting. Los Federales says mental health is extremely important. She deserves to take all the time she needs. When she's ready, she will be back. Look, we'll talk about that. We'll talk about April and whether or not she will be back. I don't think we should make that the goal. I don't think the goal should be April coming back to the show. I think the goal should be April being happier. April not worrying, not, opening her phone and seeing something that's going, Owie. That hurts. I think the goal should be April opening her phone and not seeing things that horrify her. I think that should be the way to go. Beyond anything else. You had Adrian. That didn't work. He needed too much CPT, says Mussolini Diff. I would say allegedly. Uh-oh. Don't sneeze. Oh, God, don't. Okay, there we go. Freaky Deaky says, fuck the internet. We with ya, April. Yeah, there you go. She got a lot of support. A ton of support. There are only happy campers at my 100 campground, says Hitler Diff. Yeah, Hitler Diff, I hear that you host a very nice campground. You do a very good job. Chico says, how does the guy know who was emailing? Because Patrick emailed him from his Patrick Melton and Nobody Likes Onion accounts. What a fucking retard. Oh, my God, is that great? Oh, yeah, they're calling him Patty Meltdown. Patrick has issues. Sounds like a spoiled brat. Oh, no. Is his Hackamania failing? That's too bad. You can't have Carl on an event and have it not do well. Jesus, that would be awful. Drew Allen says Aaron called the doctor, and the doctor said no more beating on them ribs. Probably. Twisted Fister says, I just want to be entertained. I care not about personal stuff. Bearded Trucker says, maybe getting hit in the ribs at 40 is a sign that you should just train people. Cocktiff says, every sneeze is an extra week of pain. Don't do it. Annoyed Quick Trip Supervisor says, think of the positive. April not on the payroll anymore. New goal, $49.95. Oh, man. Somebody says, makes me wonder what the Patrick guy's life is actually like off the internet. Got to be boring. Well, I just told you what his life was. His life is writing emails to people who support this show and whining about me. It's pathetic. I'll give you that. But, yeah, you're right. It doesn't really sound like too much of a life. All right, let's get the April stuff out of the way because people are in the chat. They're talking about it, everything else. We've got Cheeto says, no April, no sponsorship. New boot goofing. Los Federales says, April is currently enjoying God's greatest gift, the violence. God's gift. Here's what's going on with April. And look, like I said, she sometimes goes, why do you tell the audience what I said and blah, 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 blah. And I never get it totally right. So I'll do my best. Just know that this is my interpretation of how things are going. April yesterday, while she was making dinner, said that she said something like, I'm really glad the shows are going well. I know she hasn't been watching them. She's been kind of just staying away from all of it because she asked me yesterday. She said, how's the chat? And I said, there's a couple troublemakers in there from time to time, but it's all right. I said, nothing too terrible about you, so on and so forth. And she asked, or she said, she goes, I'm glad the show's going well while I'm not there. And I responded because I didn't think that I'd be able to do this solo. I didn't think I'd be able to go back to doing solo shows like I used to. And I said, I believe the line I used was, I said, I forgot how good I was at this. Meaning like it felt good that even when she was having an issue, even when she was having a problem, I could get over the fear. Because for a long time, I've been afraid, like if April leaves the show, what am I going to do? I'm sorry, I've been sneezing and I'm just, oh, there we go. So I said, I forgot how good I was at this, meaning I was worried that if she didn't do shows and I didn't have her to do shows with, that I would be like, fuck it, that I would be lost, that I wouldn't know what to do. And the fact that we've been able to, and that you guys have been so supportive, and we've been doing very, very good shows. I cannot tell you how happy I am with Matt's performance on the evening shows. He's incredible. And so I told her that, and that kind of upset her. She's like, I was trying to be vulnerable, and you said, she said, and you said that you forgot how good you were. And I said, look, I think what she doesn't understand is that even though she's away from the show and I want her to get better and I'm rooting for her and everything else, as they say in the circus, the show must go on. And I have to keep this thing afloat and I have to keep it going. And since she's been gone, I have felt that pressure. So I almost don't want her to talk about the show. Like, I don't even want her to worry about the show, talk about the show, anything like that. Mods, if anyone uses any one of my children's name in the chat, I want you to get rid of them. I don't play that shit. We don't do that. That's a hard and fast rule. Absolutely no with talking about my kids. So thank you, Balls Deep. Very cool of you. So I said, I forgot how good I was. And I am. Look, I'm going to tell you this right now. I'm very proud. I am remarkably proud of how I've done in this last week and a half since April's been gone and navigating those waters as she goes through what she's going through with the internet. Because, like I said, it hasn't been the easiest for me. It hasn't been the easiest for me to carry this thing on my back and lean on Johnny and lean on Matt and keep this thing going. So I don't want her to worry about the show. I don't want her to worry about the quality of the show. I also don't want her to ask me like, hey, how's the show going? With any expectation of, if it's not going well, maybe I have to, I don't want her to think, oh my God, I have to come back. Because I don't want her to come back because this shit it bothers her. It upsets her. And so I said that. And then I said, look, you do a great job. You do an amazing job on the show, so on and so forth. And sometimes I'll talk to her. I'm like, if you ever, I want April to know if she ever wanted to walk away, if she ever wanted to stop doing the show, I support that 100%. We will all, I have friends, I have former co-hosts, I have a lot of people who can help out with this show if need be. And if April doesn't want it, because you got to remember, the more of this shit people say, the more that can affect her life going forward. And if she wants to do something else and we become a more nuclear family in that sense, where she has a job, I have a job, that whole thing, I don't see that as a negative at all. I think that's wonderful. I think that's a very good thing. If she wanted to come back and do the show, she would come back and we would have the best fucking shows there are. If April came back tomorrow and she started doing shows, they would kick ass. They would be amazing. They would be incredible shows. The best shows, incredible shows. If she decided that, look, man, these people say so much shit about me and they say so many awful things and they clip me and they point at me and they do all this shit and it's beneath me and it's humiliating. Fuck this. I'm out. That's great too. I can say with 100% certainty that I would be proud of April no matter what decision she makes. And right now, if you guys want an update, I think she's leaning towards, at the very least, elongating this absence and possibly finding something else to do, which I encourage. Like I said, if she wanted to come back and she said, fuck these people, I'm ready to come back right now, I want to do shows, I'd say, are you sure? If that's what you want to do, let's do it. And if she said that, look, for 2 years, I made my living as a broadcaster, and I never thought I'd do that. And I'm happy with what I've accomplished. I'd be so proud of her. Because she has done an incredible job. And she has become very, very good at it. Now, what would that mean for the show going forward? I feel like we're doing really well. I do. And that's kind of the problem I'm having. Like the stress that's on me is I don't want April to feel like like her presence isn't missed on the show. It is missed on the show, 100%. But I also don't want to give her. I also want to give her the idea that everything's great, everything's awesome, and if she needs to stay away, and stay away. If I tell her, I know April, and if I tell her, oh man, it's so stressful for me, and I'm having such a hard time, and I don't know what the future holds, she might come back before it's time, and that's not good. Is this stressful, not knowing if she's going to come back or not? God fucking right it is. Absolutely it's stressful. I don't know what's going on with my show from day to day, week to week, month to month, year to year. I don't know what responsibilities I'm going to have going forward. I don't know what the schedule's going to look like going forward, who the co-hosts are going forward. Like, it's a lot for me. But I don't want her to feel that. I don't want her to feel my stress and then go, well, why don't I come back and help out so you don't feel that way? I can handle it. And I know that right now what she needs is time away from the program. And again, we'll see where that goes. Packerbacker says, ugh, hate that. She was looking for sympathy, and honestly, there will never be enough. You're fine. Been there. Got to do you. And leave her to ignore the show. You're doing fine. See, and that's what I thought. And I felt so terrible when she felt bad, when she took a minute, when I said I forgot how good I was at this. But it was a point of personal pride for me. I really do feel good about how I've handled this. I have to let you know I am immensely proud of how I've handled this April thing. I didn't drag her to do shows. I didn't make her do shows she didn't want to do. And I was able to I've been able to step my game up and be a complete host again. And to be able to flex that muscle when I need it, I'm extremely proud of myself. So I'm balancing this thing where I want to tell everyone how proud of myself I am for being able to keep this thing going. But I also want April to know that she's appreciated and that we're giving her the time she needs for all of this stuff. It's strange. So that's where she is. That's where April's at. And as far as the rest of it, again, we're just going to let her decide what she wants to do. And that's about it. That's about bring back Mark Allen, says fuck you, dude. There's a deep cut. There's a deep cut. 320 is the number today. Thank you very much. SC Motorsports says the image of Aaron having a very deep conversation with us and having a sippy cup in front of him. Yeah, dude, I absolutely love my sippy cup. I thank you, Scarface, for the Loaf Piggy sippy cup. I absolutely love it. Chop says she shouldn't make you feel bad for doing a good job. Oh, I don't think that's what she was doing at all, Chops. I think what she was doing was she heard me say, she said, I'm glad the shows have been going well since I've been gone. And I think she wanted me to say, like, oh, but we need you. And oh, yeah, I'm not going to say that to someone who's having a hard time with the internet. I'm not going to make them feel pressure that they have to perform. So I took, her saying the show, the show's going well in her absence. When she expressed that, I wanted to express how proud of myself I am for being able to handle this and thus not put any pressure on her to return. That's about where we're at. Chops, she shouldn't make you feel bad for doing a good job. Yeah, I don't think she was doing it. Ian Sock says, don't hurt your ribs patting yourself on the back, Aaron. Oh, man. Annoyed Wawa supervisor says, respectfully, of course, you can't jump off the ship and then be annoyed when the thing moves on without you. That's some high school girl behavior and not fair to anyone else. I know, but I still felt bad. I still felt bad. Annoyed Quick Trip supervisor says, here's my take on this April stuff. Your ribs are hurt from April's defensive wounds. Now April is in a freezer. JK says, shouldn't the goal be lower on days when there's no co-host? No, I'm still paying April. April's still getting paid to be here. Or I guess to not be here. So, I mean, the goal stays the same. Like the budget every month is still the same. Chopstock says, you're doing the right thing, buds. Thank you, pal. I appreciate that. Aaron, have you pissed blood? If not, you are fine. No, I have not pissed blood. Semper Reloaded with $4.99 says, tell her you're mid at best, and we love you for it. Corn Diff says, co-hosts are overrated. JK, love you, Chops. Death Proof says, wait, you pay April to be married? Oh, man. No, I did not pay April to marry me. I mean, unless you count the trip to Las Vegas we took and everything else. I mean, then, yeah, I guess technically I did. Seems like a waste to pay. Oh, seems like a waste to pay her when she's not working. I will pay her when for as long as she wants. As long as she's, if she decides I'm not going to do this anymore, then yeah, she'll have to figure out something to do, and we'll, figure out what that means goal-wise and everything else. And, move on. But if, as long as she's still figuring it out, yeah, I'm going to pay her. Chip Galloway says, Steel Toe has a good PTO plan. All should be thankful to you, Aaron. I always, man, if people have legit reasons to be gone, I want them to have as much time as they need. For sure. Annoyed Wawa supervisor says she's still getting paid. Now she's just a full-blown Nepo hire, respectfully, of course. I'm a good guy. I really am. Kraken Slappin' says, show's been great. Miss April and hope she Miss April and hope she gets things figured out. Skeezy says, is she still doing behind-the-scenes stuff for the show? Yes, she is. Mel Gibson, after 12 beers, says, if Aaron stands up, arms akimbo, he looks like the sippy cup. Thank you, Mel. Hulgamasha Baby says, okay, April's not getting a salary. In other news, Aaron got a massive raise, and it still goes on the joint account. It's not. April's still getting her salary. It's no different than someone taking a vacation from their regular job, says Slap My Ass Sally. That's exactly how I feel. Schweitz says, we want April back, but we want April back when she's ready. She is a fantastic co-host. There are a lot of supporters in her corner. I agree. Jay Swizzle says she hasn't done it in weeks. She hadn't done her job properly in months. Did those packages get sent out? Yeah, I think so. I'm pretty sure the packages got sent out. Tin Man Taylor says, tell April the show is mid-AF, no cap. The vibes are off, fam. Oh. Any co-host for Rumble Friday? Johnny would do it. Death Proof says, you know what would blow people's mind is if on days you are solo, you have some creepy puppet standing in. No. Here goes Aaron's marriage again, says Matey. No, of course not. Stop it. That sippy cup is a very strong likeness. So, yeah, there it is. Corn Diff says, well, will she still do guest appearances on other shows like Chrissy Mayer, or are those things, everything's on hold, Corn Diff? Everything is on hold. She doesn't want anything to do with the internet. That's all. She just doesn't want anything to do with the internet. So there's the update. Again, I don't know what else to say. She's just, again, trying to get away from people saying horrific things. That's all. And honestly, she's been gone for a week as of Monday, so about a week and a half. I mean, here's what I'll tell you. For people looking for finality, for people who want an answer, because I know some people are writing in and saying, wow, so really no update. I think we'll have the final answer on Monday. I think that's what we can do. We have a whole weekend. I've got the show. We've got, stuff we got to run around and do. I got to fix a fucking dryer. Yeah, I'm really not looking forward to that. You know what I hate about fixing dryers? You got to unplug them, unhook them, and you got to turn the whole fucking thing around to work on them. God, it's shit. But, yeah, we got shit to do. And then I think this weekend we can sit down and have, kind of that full discussion of what's going to happen. And I'm excited to have it. Look, man, I'm like you guys. I just want to know where we're going. That's it. I want to know where we're going. I want to know what we're doing. I want to know, what the future holds for Steel Toe. Yeah, Phoenix says final solution to the April question coming soon. That's primarily what it is. Hulkamasha Baby says, so we shouldn't have entered the Dabbleverse. Maybe not, but there's really only one way to find out, right? Fallen the Great says, Aaron, tell April I miss her. A colony of turtles is called a mobile trailer park. There you go. All right, guys, 315 is the number for today. If you'd like to contribute to the program, Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats, Venmo, etc., all the links are in the chat. Thank you guys very much. Let's knock that out and do a half hour of overtime. I remember what I was going to ask you. The dryer thing. Dryer leaving black marks on clothes. What do I have to do for that? Because I've got a set of rollers. Collar or cuff ribbing between the dryer drum and drum slide. This may occur if the dryer drum slides are worn or a felt seal is mispositioned or defective. Oh, boy. Worn drum glides or felt seal. So what do you do? Like, if I replace the rollers or the slides on that, will that go away? Or is that something I have to have somebody do? Or do I just get a new one? I don't know. I'm not sure. Corn Diff says drum slide diff. Oh, great. A new one. Excited. Packerbacker says one thing I hope she realizes. The internet won't stop because she's quitting the show. It'll only get worse now. They smell blood in the water. Right, but I think her whole thing is she doesn't want to see it. She doesn't want to see the stuff. That's all. You have tools, says Callie. Yes, of course I have tools. I have 2 different toolboxes. 2 completely different toolboxes. I've got them. Dye all your clothes black, says K-Fall the Great. Problem solved. Maybe that's the way. That's what I have to do. Is I have to dye all my clothes black, and then I won't have to worry. Like, you can't see the black streaks if it exists on this. It's dark blue. All right, we have, this is fantastic. I love starting the show with this. This is a fun little deep dive thing we can do. I don't know how this was attained, this secret footage, but a Twitter account called Sound Investigations apparently interviewed a CIA officer. Because, I mean, you got to remember CIA officers, like, have coffee and have breakfast and shit. So they went and they met this CIA officer, and they started talking to him about January 6th and all this other stuff. And the guy just starts bragging about all the setup shit and all the setting people up and all this other stuff they did on January 6th to kind of corral people into it. And it really makes me sad when I see stuff like this. It usually made me go, oh, shit, here we go, every time one of these things came out. But the problem is, like, not enough people are going to see it. The reason why this country keeps voting for the same 2 parties, and the reason that this country keeps, bandying back and forth between the same calamities, is ultimately because, like, we don't really pay attention to shit like this. Like, this CIA agent comes out And he said, we set these guys up. Oh, on January 6th, we put them in this position. And we basically the CIA saying we're operating on our own domestic soil and we're fucking with our own people. Like our CIA is caught on tape saying that. And the only people who really watch it are people who already thought the CIA was a bunch of pieces of shit anyway. Like the only people watching this are people who came into it going, I fucking hate the CIA. They suck. They manipulate everything. They're killing this country from the inside. Okay, well, that guy's just going to tell you everything you want to hear. So nobody's mind got changed. People who like to watch football on Sunday or watch the baseball game or watch their favorite show on TV or streaming or whatever and don't really follow this stuff, you're not going to get them to watch this. And if they did watch it, they'd go, oh, that was boring. I don't care. So when stuff like what we're about to watch comes out, I am glad that it's on the record. A long time ago, I stopped believing that it was going to change anything. That's all. I just don't think anything's going to change. So here's Gavin O'Blennis, a contracting officer at the Central Intelligence Agency. Let's hear what old Gavin has to say.
If you know what to do.
How?
You set them up.
Does the Bureau practice entrapment a lot?
And we get really close. We call it a nudge.
Well, there we go. In the first 10 seconds, we've got him being a complete piece of shit. Does the Bureau set people up? Do they entrap people? Close. We call it a nudge. That's like saying, hey, do you murder people? Well, close. I call it removing them from their lifely responsibilities. Well, that's murdering them. I'm sorry. No, we don't entrap people. We just nudge them. Oh, well, a nudge doesn't sound like something you get charged for a felony with. Or with a felony for. A nudge is different than entrapment, you might be in trouble. Entrapment might be something bad. But a nudge, who hasn't nudged a buddy before? Did they die? No. So we just gave them a nudge. A nudge like, hey, we just formulated this plan to kidnap the governor of Michigan. Would you like to do it? Not really. That sounds really dangerous. Oh, come on. Don't you want to kidnap the governor of Michigan? How about you take a look at the plan with me? All right, here, I'll take it. Thank you very much. Aha, you're under arrest. Wait a minute, you just entrapped me. No, I didn't. I nudged you into accepting it. Is that how this works? Kind of like the ATF nudged Randy Weaver into sawing off that shotgun? By the way, most expensive shotgun saw job of all time. So this asshole says that the CIA doesn't entrap people. The CIA it nudges people. That's all they are, guys. They're nudgers.
A nudge.
A nudge. Sometimes you just got to give them a quick little, just to see what happens. Sometimes you like.
They're sociopaths. They love that's the thing. They love what they do. You got to give them that. You got to give these CIA bastards credit. They really enjoy their jobs.
Diffuse and just wait for it to follow. Nothing like putting out a fake social media thing to really get people mad.
Alex Jones.
Yeah, so we were after him.
You are?
We did what we wanted.
So you heard that. He said Alex Jones, we were after him hardcore. Meaning the CIA was after Alex Jones. Isn't that interesting? CIA decides they're going after Alex Jones. All of a sudden, Alex Jones gets hits with like multi-billion-dollar lawsuit judgments against him. Starts getting banned on different platforms. And then the CIA says a few years later, oh, yeah, we went really hard after him. Huh. Interesting. So apparently this Gavin O'Blennis is such a chatty bitch that 4 days later, they sat down and had some breakfast, and he decided to tell him more trade secrets. Look at this guy. Crowder would sue the fucking balls off this guy for violating his NDA.
After him.
You are?
We did what we wanted.
Which was what?
Took his money away. Chopped his legs off.
Wow. And by the way, this is just the 30-second teaser of this CIA officer Took his money away, chopped his legs off. What do you mean? What'd you do to Alex Jones? How'd you get, what do you mean you went after him? Well, we really don't like him, so we figured we would take his money away from him and really make him hurt, and that way we could stifle his message. Wow, yeah, that's so much more effective than, like, arguing with the guy and proving him wrong. Let's go ahead and listen to...
Gavin O'Blennis is a contracting officer at the CIA. O'Blennis worked for the FBI in 2021 and 2022 in the San Diego office, moved on to Homeland Security where he conducted asylum interviews at the southern border, and now works for the CIA managing multi-million-dollar contracts across government agencies and private sector vendors.
I work for, how do I put this without, I'm not supposed to tell people kind of job.
Okay, so either he's a fentanyl dealer or he works for the CIA. That about narrows it down.
If I say intelligence, what do you think?
CIA?
Yep.
Oh, you work for the CIA?
I do.
Hold on a minute. Sorry, I gotta... Ugh. That is disgusting. I thought you just said you can't tell him what you do. Boy, I hate people like that. I hate people who are like, who have like no balls. Like they can't hang on to the information that they just said they have to hang on to. He's like, oh, I can't tell you what I do. Hey, when I say intelligence, what do you think? Oh, I don't know, not Gavin O'Blennis. How about the fact that this motherfucker runs counterterrorism programs? And he's like, I can't tell you what line of work I am, but let's just say it rhymes with FIRE.
That's incredible.
Contracting officer.
That's amazing.
Yeah, my social security number is 478. Make $125,000 a year. Here's my W-2. But hey, I don't want to give away too much.
So I deal a lot with like different agencies. We're contracting with like Director of National Intelligence to do stuff. We do Navy, Army, any of them really.
But really, our number one thing is entrapping grandmothers and baby boomers on January 6th and fucking with podcasters. That's our big thing. You know, we used to kill communist dictators and we used to assassinate world leaders. That was kind of our thing. Then they took that away from us, so we just started trolling people.
FBI. I used to work for the FBI, so they threw the FBI at me. They're like, here, you used to work there. Oh, I'm permanent. I'm
Good.
yeah.
Good. Well, why do they call it contracting?
Because I do the contracting for them. I do all the legal contracts. I fly out to vendors and evaluate them. I love the agency.
Good for you.
I like the
Imagine that. I liked the agency. I liked the bureau, too. Fucking bootlicking statist hates our guts. That's the kind of guy you want working for the CIA. The kind of autist who goes, oh, I really like the CIA. It's good work for me. Hey, you see your countrymen over there? You want to get them all worked up into a lather and then walk them into an arrest? Oh, man, I'm so good. I'm so glad you like your job. I'm glad you like working for the agency.
Bureau, too. The Bureau was a lot of fun. I got to do a lot of cool stuff with the Bureau. I was the guy in the back of the truck in the van.
O'Blennis spoke to an undercover Sound Investigations reporter about his work experience involving near entrapment and his employer's involvement with political commentator Alex Jones's legal battles.
As long as the Bureau is able to progress far enough to be able to put pro-lifers in jail whenever they want.
Yeah.
You think that's on the agenda?
You can kind of put anyone in jail if you know what to do.
What the fuck? How about the fact that this, you know what? Forget the fact that we know the CIA's evil, because none of this stuff surprises me. I mean, it's just nice to hear one of them say it. But how about the fact that the motherfuckers doing this are this stupid? That they go to breakfast with some guy. And by the way, you know how these hidden camera things get done usually? I'm not saying this was the case in this one. Usually the interviewer pretends to, like, he goes on Grindr and he finds gay dudes. And they end up being like either old Twitter employees or CIA people. So, I'm not saying Gavin O'Blennis is a homosexual. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying that, you know, how do you get in touch with this person to go on a date? That's all.
How?
You set them up. You create the situation to where they have no choice but to act on their impulse. And once they act on that impulse, some would call that entrapment.
No. Some would call that entrapment. Like lawyers, judges, and juries. Yes, some people would call that entrapment. Other people who don't know what entrapment means would call it being a gigantic hunk of shit. God, this guy's like, part of me thinks he's trying to like entertain a date and like sound cool for this date that he's on. But then you hear the guy talk and how much joy is in his voice at what he does, and you realize that, no, the government just got the guy they needed. You know, just some guy who would smile and do horrible things to his countrymen and sell his whole nation down the river. As long as there's a steady paycheck in it, I'll believe anything you say.
The fine line.
Does the Bureau practice entrapment a lot?
We get really close.
Not officially.
No. We get as close as we can. We get as close as we can to it without doing it.
So they can entrap some of these pro-lifers into doing things that they don't.
Depending, yeah. We call it a nudge.
Right. You don't want to call it forcing them to do things that would be illegal, because then you might be a piece of shit. But if you call it a nudge, well, then it's fine.
Nudge.
A nudge. Sometimes you just got to give them a quick little, just to see what happens, right?
And how does that happen?
You put a post out there, or you have someone fake profile say something that triggers, that we know is going to trigger them, right? Like, we already know your history. If we're to that point, we already...
How about that part? We already know your history. I mean, shit, we already know what you're doing anyway. We already know everything about you. And the home of the brave. We've already read all your emails. We already know what's in your text messages. By the way, Chinese for lunch. God damn it. The amount of glee these people have in making enemies out of their own countrymen is fucking disgusting. We need to disband this. We need to get rid of the CIA. They have infiltrated our country. They aren't one of us. They aren't American. The CIA is a rogue organization that's working against the American people.
You know everything about it. So we're like, oh, this will piss them off. Oh. Sometimes you light the fuse and just wait for it to follow, right?
Like a rally. So when a rally happens, that's sometimes the Bureau behind it?
Yeah, sometimes.
Yeah, you know which rallies I know are FBI, that the Bureau did them? When they won't take off the balaclavas while they're being arrested. Then you know it's all feds.
Nothing like putting out a fake social media thing to like really get people mad. Mm-hmm. Post fake news. Sometimes it's not fake. It's embellished a little bit.
Who would be like a big influencer that you're after? You're like I don't even know these names. Like a Fox News person, or like a Tucker Carlson, or like.
Oh, I'm sure he's on the radar, right?
I'm sure he's on the radar, right? Guys, we have no freedom. I need normal people to watch this and realize we have no freedom. You have freedom up until these powerful people get uncomfortable. And then when those powerful people get uncomfortable, they will destroy you, or at least try to destroy you. Tucker Carlson, oh, he's on the radar. So you just have people on the radar and they're only the only thing they're doing wrong is having an opinion at people? Jesus Christ. Alex Jones, oh yeah, we tried to go after his money. We tried to chop his legs off. Why would you if he's just some crazy conspiracy guy?
You always want the biggest and loudest. Like that, what was his name? The one that said Sandy Hook didn't happen.
Alex Jones.
Yeah, so we were after him.
You are?
Hardcore.
Are you still after him? Why?
Because he's broke.
Wow. That's what I'm saying. These people are monsters. They're fucking psychopaths. And this guy's just a cog in the machine, and he's just going along with it. Let's have some breakfast. How can you eat? Like, how do you eat knowing that you're like that? Oh, you guys still going after Alex Jones? Pff, no, why would we? We took all his money away. You should never be happy about that. But for them, it was high fives and mission accomplished. Alex Jones is penniless. We don't even need to go after him anymore. You shouldn't be going after your own people in the first place, you fucking dumb dick. We have a CIA who actively goes, hey, you see that guy who's got a different opinion than the established order? Oh, we better work on destroying him. Go do it to people in other countries. Leave me the fuck alone. God damn it.
He got found guilty and had to pay like $100 million.
So why were you after him?
We're not anymore.
Just to get the money from him?
Yeah.
Was that court case used? Was that a CIA
Sure it
thing?
was.
That was the agency thing?
Well, actually, it was a defamation case. So,
Well, I'm not sure. I mean, the CIA, we definitely influenced it. We tried to do this, that, and the other thing. But no. It wasn't a CIA operation. But you already said, like, look, we went after Alex Jones hardcore. We're trying to take his money away. We don't want him to have a voice or a message.
it's a civil, not government. But we were looking at all of his followers, commenting, following, like, who's that going to lead us to, right? So even though it's technically not our, well, not the agency, definitely, but the Bureau, for instance, yeah, that's not our purview. It's a civil matter.
It's a civil matter, but we'll still fuck around in it. God damn, man. You ever just get into something and you knew what the answer was from the beginning, but then you hear the answer and you're like, Jesus Christ, I didn't want to know. Don't tell me.
But since they got all this access to his stuff and it's there, what can we go find?
And did you find anything?
I can't tell you if we did.
Hey, guys. He can't tell you if he did, because this guy's playing so many things so close to the vest, Hey, I can't tell you that. What do you think I'm going to do? Spill trade secrets like I work for the CIA and we're going after Alex Jones and Tucker Carlson? Again, we need to find a way to get this in front of the eyeballs of as many young people and young adults as we can. Hold their eyes open like a Clockwork Orange and go, do you get it? Like, do you see how bad this is? This guy isn't an outlier. He's a foot soldier in the machine.
But, so, it's just kind of like, realize the opportunity that you have.
So with Alex Jones, you were watching him long before anything ended up happening.
Probably. It wasn't my office, but, I mean, we would have been well aware of what he was doing.
And the goal with him was what, just to bankrupt him?
Pretty much.
Wow, the fucking CIA and the Bureau of Investigations. Hey, this Alex Jones guy? And here's the wild thing about Alex Jones. Every time you bring him up to our government or every time you bring him up to these intelligence agencies, it's, oh, he's just a crazy conspiracy theorist. Oh, he doesn't know what he's talking about. Oh, he's just talking shit and yapping. But then every time he becomes just a little bit powerful, they go, we've got to bankrupt him. We've got to get him. We got to fucking take this guy down. Well, which one is it? Is he a harmless conspiracy theorist or did he have to take him down? Because if you feel like you have to take it down, then I'm starting to think these conspiracy theories aren't really conspiracies. Now go fly your drone to Epstein Island.
And we let the families do it.
And what?
We let the families do it.
Were they encouraged to do that by the Bureau? Like nudged?
We don't encourage people,
But like,
we just say there's no federal statute being broken, but you do have the option for a civil case, and it's a pretty good case.
nice.
In our opinion.
Wow. Wow. You ever listen to a guy from the CIA and realize that maybe the CIA's even shittier than you thought it was? Wow.
Oh, that makes so much sense. I have a cousin who's a lawyer, so that's a lot of these cases. They're kind of encouraged by the FBI.
Yeah, like there's nothing federal law we can do, but civilly we can go at him that way and chop his legs off.
And they did. Yeah. So the FBI was happy.
We didn't care. We were like, oh.
Wow, what a fucking psycho. Oh, yeah, when we found out he was broke, we didn't, like, celebrate or anything or act like it was awesome. We just went, aww, and then we moved on with our life. God, everything is just so businesslike, and people's lives are being ended or destroyed.
Basically, the citizens did your job.
Yeah.
Wow, so you can encourage a civil lawsuit.
Not encourage. Educate.
What can you do with people like Alex Jones?
Not encourage, educate. Not entrapment, nudge.
Now, because he's still out there. He's still chirping.
He can chirp.
They still watching?
Yeah.
Why?
We did what we wanted.
Which was what?
Took his money away.
We did what we wanted. We took his money away. Guys, if this were like Iran or Hezbollah or Hamas saying this, I would go, well, yeah, naturally they want to take our world leaders' money away. But these are the guys who are supposed to be on, we're on the same side. And they pick out personal vendettas at the beginning of the year and they go, I'm going to destroy them. And then when they destroy them, they go, all right, we can leave them alone. They got, there's no meat on the bone to pick that way. God, that is a fucking vulturous way to be. I hate this guy.
We shut him up for a while. You're never going to shut him up permanently.
Well, unless you put him in prison.
But again, he didn't do anything to go to prison. Being ignorant is not a crime, though it should.
It is. I mean, what you could bring a nudge.
He did incite a riot, like
Cheeto. He's not talking about my Cheeto from Stoney's. He's not accusing him of anything. He's talking about Donald Trump. And boy, you know a guy's cool when he calls Trump orange or a Cheeto, right? That's pretty good. I've only heard that like once or twice.
He didn't encourage people to go shoot people. He didn't do anything.
Additionally, O'Bleness states that he knows and works with FBI agents who were undercover in the January 6th Capitol riot, estimating about 20 field agents were there undercover. While O'Bleness notes that they were not involved in violence, this appears to be the first admission of undercover FBI agents in attendance.
I thought you said that there were FBI agents in the crowd at J6.
There always are when there's a big protest in D.C.
Yeah, the FBI, when you're getting together and exercising your First Amendment right, they always put mole agents in there to fuck with you. What's the big deal? I don't know, maybe the open warfare against American citizens by its intelligence apparatus? God damn it. If you start giving a shit, they're going to start watching you.
Just in case it gets out of hand like that. But there wasn't enough to turn that tide. I mean, I'm talking they maybe have it 20. You needed 1,000 to get rid of that crowd.
So they had that was just 20?
Yeah, just to go through there and see what they can hear, that kind of thing.
Wow. Definitely. They needed 1,000 at least.
Well,
Wow.
see, that's also Capitol Police jurisdiction. They're in charge.
So
Why they didn't have more on hand, I don't know.
The Bureau didn't really want people knowing that they were in the crowd.
Mm-hmm.
Because that would be overstepping their bounds.
A little bit.
Wow, they did. Yeah, the FBI didn't want anyone knowing that they were in the crowd. Because their intentions were so good and they just wanted to keep an eye on shit. God. Just 7.5 minutes of that guy just telling us right to our face, fuck you. Just right to our face, just going, oh, by the way, we do this. There you go. This guy will go missing now, says Bearded Trucker. Joshua says, no way there was just 20. John Doe says, what fucking YouTube video is this? It's a video on Twitter. Out of Tune says, I like to think somebody from the CIA would be a little more discreet. Right, that was my thing. I was kind of hoping that, if this guy was going to be a giant piece of shit, that he would shut the fuck up about being a giant piece of shit. But you know what happened? He got nudged. That's what happened. It was a nudge. He caught a nudging. Oh, God, those nudgers. Semper Reloaded with $4.99 says, remember when we were led to believe that spies were hot chicks like Kerry Russell and Jennifer Garner? In reality, we got this guy. I mean, yeah. 3:15 away from today's goal. If you guys want to contribute to the show and help knock out that goal and do a half hour of overtime today, I really do appreciate your guys' generosity while we're going through this here on Steel Toe, and everything you throw at us is 100% appreciated. Thanks. Coltrane says, lots of government that aren't supposed to talk do plenty of talking. I know several with high security clearance that open up real quick with a drink. Well, this guy just did this. Oh, I can't tell you what I do for a living. But it rhymes with schmishmeligence. The woman looks around for a while. Because I think she already, not she. I think he already knew that this was gonna that the dude was working for the CIA. Queen Danny says you should know this is why people think Republicans are retarded. This is dumb. What do you mean this is why Republicans are retarded? This shouldn't be a Democrat or a Republican thing. This is the CIA and FBI works against its own people and tries to trick them into getting arrested. When one of our own people gets really, really wealthy, they keep an eye on them and find a way to take all their money away. I mean, that's pretty wild. That shouldn't be a Republican or Democrat thing. And quite frankly, that's the problem we have in this country. Democrats are going to watch that, and because their boy is president, they're going to go, oh, I'm glad they're busting up those J6 terrorists. And then you go to maybe January 8th, and those same people that were, victims of FBI or CIA entrapment just kind of forget it and go on to the next thing. Annoyed Wawa supervisor says it's a Twitter video of an old man trying to get some from a younger guy. For fuck's sake. Well, that's kind of the thing, too, is that they all, like those kind of videos, the older guy always starts hitting on the younger guy. He's always gay for some reason. Tridio, becoming a member for 8 months, says, I've returned, Aaron. You can rest easy now. There you go. Trucker 18 Wheeler says, if you show your friends this video, they'll just say you're a conspiracy theorist. Right. People can sit there and watch it. You can show it to them. You can hold their hand and point it out, and they'll go, what are you, some kind of like tinfoil hat guy? Skeezy says, just look at the chat so they can tell us to our face, and half the people will deny and rationalize it. Toastmaster said, if this guy disappears, it's real. If he doesn't, we know it's a fake. What if he disappears, you never even hear from him again? There's a chance. Toastmaster says, if this guy disappears, it's real. Mr. Q says, if it was a honey butt trap and he fell for it like Winnie the Pooh. Yeah, kind of. Vince McMahon says, chat doesn't want to talk about this. They want drama. No, they're really enjoying this. The chat was moving very, very fast. This guy is spilling the beans quicker than a gay after sex. Well, I mean, it does sound like he's a gay before sex. Dario says, I mean, it's possible it's true, and the internet information contradicting his own is fed internet bullshit. Guaranteed that dude loves members. Toastmaster says this is a Grindr date. Well, that's how James O'Keefe used to get people. He used to go on Grindr and, say yes to gay activists. Luckily, they never made him get in the car. Now Mr. Saint Caesar in the chat says that the motherfucking CIA agent is not real. Oh, no, that motherfucking CIA agent is not real. Oh, man. He doesn't need to disappear. They know you won't believe him, and you won't do anything about it, says Skeezy. Well, that's it, too. Is that, like I said, most people aren't going to watch that. And the kind of normal people that do watch that are just going to go, it sounds really tinfoil hatty to me. I'm not really sure. Oh, man. It's just, and again, the shittiest part about it is that it's just something you already knew. It's something we already knew. And they're just, they're telling us, and when they tell us like that, when they're so brazen about it, it's just, it almost feels worse. It's almost like I felt smarter when you didn't admit it to me and we just kind of read between the lines and figured it out. Now you just come out and tell us the thing. And you're like, yeah, there's really nothing you can do about it. Shit, you're right. Packerbacker says, if you think this is a Republican or Democrat thing, you're the kind of person the CIA just loves. You're a useful idiot. They honeypotted him with a young guy because he's gay. If he were straight, the interviewer would be a hot chick. Fair enough. Some Soper says, D's are such authoritarians as long as they think the CIA is targeting people they hate. It's okay. I mean, there's something to that. That's, in my opinion, that's absolutely true. But I think that cuts both ways. I think, cancel culture, I feel like, is the same way. Remember when people tried to cancel Kathy Griffin? You know, when Kathy Griffin held the thing of Trump's head and Republicans were like, call the theaters she's playing at, call the venue she's working at, get her shut down. It's like, I thought we were against cancel culture. I thought we don't do that. And they're like, oh, but she held up a image of the president's head. She should be allowed to do that. No, ratting people out like that. Vince McMahon says they will get upset that people are watching it. Maybe. Kraken Slappin says more and more is being done right in front of us. Most people don't give a shit or are too dumb to care. That's the coolest thing for them, is that they can go and they're kind of finding out they can tell us right to our face what they're doing, and we'll just go, ugh, I don't care anymore. After 9/11 and now Black Hawk Down, or not 9/11 and Black Hawk, 9/11 and January 6th. I don't know why I said Black. Oh, somebody wrote Black Hawk in the chat. Now after 9/11, January 6th, and intelligence fuck ups and failures and all these things that they've dicked up, it's like, hey, at least we can entrap each other. At least we can fuck with our own people. Stop taking the high road and start punching back in the same strategy, says Tridio. Good luck. Crystal Knockers says it's been going on 20 years or so before 9/11, so why complain now? Queen Danny says, don't break the law and you don't have a problem. No, he specifically said that you'll still have a problem. He said with Alex Jones, he said we couldn't do anything criminal because he wasn't doing anything criminal. So he's saying that, like, we can encourage civil action. That's something we can do. And that's what he's doing. Turnabout is fair play. Just trying to catch up with the chat here. Nana's Clam says, neither myself or any friends wanted her canceled for that. Lumping everyone together is a major part of our tribal issues. Fair enough. D. Gulag says, JFK, Nixon, etc. Yeah. JFK, they killed openly, and Nixon, they killed softly, as it were. Los Federales says, this is what you call hiding in plain sight. Tell all the secrets to the point that it becomes so unbelievable that the general public dismisses it as fake. Skeezy says, statism is the most horrific religion. Yeah, a lot of people in the chat are mad about that don't break any laws comment. King Yeti says, anybody that says don't break the law and you won't have problems is never to be taken seriously. Well, yeah, and, saying if you don't, it's kind of like the airport thing, like, or, when someone goes, hey, let me see your phone. And you're like, well, no. And you go, well, if you don't have anything to hide, why can't I see your phone? Because fuck you, it's my phone, that's why. It's my phone, and I want it, and you can't look at it. Some Soper over on Rumble says kitty history really hits the nail on the head. Well, that's why Trevor Moore's head hit the pavement. Packerbacker says, I thought the Kathy Griffin thing was more of a taste of their own medicine thing than a legit grassroots call for canceling. But you understand that taste of your own medicine is still you doing it. You're still doling out the medicine. We need to get rid of the fucking medicine. You need to get rid of these guys. Fauci's Pangolin says, to be that version of CIA, you have to have no feelings one way or the other. Aaron, please watch the Jones Plantation on Prime. I will check that out. Somebody says, remember when they didn't tell us everything out in the open, though we knew they were doing it? At least they didn't tell us. Right? Isn't that the thing? Whenever shit like this comes out, I go, I always thought I wanted these people to admit it. But then once they admit it, I go, oh, God, I wish I didn't know, because there's nothing you can do. Queen Danny says, Aaron, their job is to pick out threats. Nothing wrong with going after the January 6th terrorists. Telling people to sue Alex Jones because of what he said is a lie is not a bad thing. Yes, but what they're talking about is they said we wanted to go after his money. We wanted to make him broke. They didn't say we wanted justice for the Sandy Hook parents. They didn't say we wanted the Sandy Hook parents to have their day in the sun. They wanted to destroy Alex Jones. That was their whole thing. We've got, I think that was a 7-minute and 48-second video. Let me copy and paste the link in the chat. A lot of people are asking about it. There it is in the YouTube chat. There it is in the Rumble chat. Yeah, if you want to go and look at that guy being an absolute cunt face, you're more than welcome to. Our goal today is $315. Let's go ahead and knock that out. Let's call it a victory. We are in the 7 o'clock hour. If you guys want to get us below 300, that would be sweet. $315 away. Thank you very, very much. And again, wow. It's just over 7 o'clock, and we got over 700 people hanging out today. Thank you. Everybody hit thumbs up. Everybody hit subscribe. And also make sure that you, follow the platform. We appreciate that. And if you could throw a couple of bucks in, that would be nice too. Throwing us a couple of bucks is pretty cool. And if we knock out that $315, we will go until 10:30 on today's show. If not, 10 o'clock, and we're out the door. But remember, knocking out those goals is the way we keep the lights on here. It is the way. It's the way we can keep affording to pay April's mental health vacation time. No. That was funny when we talked about that this morning, and someone's like, oh, she just gets time off and she gets paid. I'm like, yeah, kind of like vacation. Sean says, so when do we start Civil War 2.0, King Aaron? I mean, what does it look like? I mean, not Civil War 2.0. Stop listening to government. Take your wiretap out of me. It's a public broadcast. Not Civil War 2.0, but like, how do you get rid of these guys? Like, how do you make this stop? How do you, I mean, do you get rid of these organizations together, or do you reform the organizations so they work for the people instead of against them? I don't know. It is tough. 315 is the number for today. I kind of feel like playing something for you so that I can go and do my first bathroom break of the day. And then we can do a bunch of stories. Let's go ahead and go. Oh, you know what? We can do the Samuel Jackson N-word thing. How long is that? Oh, it's only 49 seconds. Shit. It's impossible for Tarantino to be racist. We can play that Samuel clip. Again, 315 is the number. If you feel like throwing us a couple of bucks, Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, memberships. If you like what we're doing, throw us a couple of bucks and let's knock out today's goal. Let me throw this Samuel Jackson clip up there, and I'll be right back with...
When he was sending me Django, he actually didn't want to tell me that I wasn't going to be Django. Yeah. That window of opportunity for me to be that young gunslinger had passed by. Yes. And he said, well... But he didn't want to tell you. I don't want to tell you, but all right, well, the character's Steven. So, and I was like, well, who is Steven? He said, just read the script. Mm-hmm. He didn't even tell me. And sure enough, I read it, and I was sitting there staring at the script. And I called him back and said, so... you want me to be the most despicable Negro in the history of cinema? And he was like, well, yeah. Yeah. It's like, okay, let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. Because it was that kind of challenge to me, and it looked like that kind of fun. Now, the disappointment in all that is that as wonderful as Steven is in Django, that's the tame Steven. He edited out all the really bad things that I did in the movie because he said, I don't want anybody to kill you. Because, Steven's kind of a nasty character, and it seems like he has enough problem being vilified himself as a racist because he uses nigger in his scripts that much, or puts those kinds of
words talking about me again?
Characters'
God
mouths.
damn it.
But, I always tell people, I don't understand why they can't look at his work and realize that every character he's ever given me has pretty much been the smartest character in the film.
Which is weird because he's black, right? Oh, I'm sorry. Did I miss the whole spirit of what that interview was? God damn it. I hate when I do that. I hate when I totally miss the spirit of the entire interview. Crystal Knocker says the government deported 50,000 blacks and you're on their nuts at Queen. Oh, is this... they're getting on that Queen Danny for being a bit of a government bootlicker. Those people exist, though. You know? There's people out there that think the FBI and the CIA are there to protect us. I don't know what to tell you. those people fucking exist, man. $5 from Greasy N-Word over on Rumble. He says, so can we toss all the 3-letter groups in the wood chipper along with them? Yeah, look, man, I would love, people are like, oh, how do we reform the FBI? How do we reform the CIA? How do we reform these organizations? I've always thought that we should just be rid of them. I've always thought that we should just, not have them. Federal Bureau of Investigation? I mean, isn't that what fucking detectives are for? Isn't that what city and state police are for, is for investigating shit? The local and state cops make big busts. And as far as the CIA, hey, if we didn't have the CIA, who would go to other countries and destabilize them and start a quagmire? And who would, think about it. Like, if a podcaster like Alex Jones, if a guy gets too big for his britches and he starts telling the American people truthful things or things that the CIA doesn't want them to hear, who's going to frame that guy for a thing so we can take all of his money and destroy his life and discredit him? I mean, my God. If we don't have the CIA, who's going to do that job? Fucking nobody, because it's not a job that needs to be done. We don't need the job of destroying some guy because he's telling people shit. So I think you could get rid of the FBI and the CIA and just call it. We're done. What are we going to replace them with? Nothing. We're not going to replace them with a goddamn thing. By the way, thank you very much, Greasy N-Word. That $5 puts us at 310 for today. If you want to knock out today's goal, I appreciate it, especially during a solo show. It's very cool of you when these solo shows can keep us going. Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats, Venmo, etc. Again, thank you guys very, very much. The links are right there in the chat. Let's go on a nice little roll and have a nice day today. Again, it's you could have all of these people, watch those videos, see all that stuff, see what they're doing, and they'll convince themselves it isn't real. It's the saddest part. All right, guys, here we go. I hope this isn't a pit bull story, but I think it might be a pit bull story. Father of Edmonton dog attack victim says animals weren't a risk to his son. Uh-oh. We got a dog attack. Remember now, this whole audience always says, Chihuahuas are terrible. This dog's bad. That dog's bad. They're so deadly. And I always say, yeah, but they're also not built like NFL linebackers. So if they get a little bucky with you, who gives a shit? It's like pit bulls you got to watch out for because they're more aggressive. They'll get after you. They'll rip your throat out. Especially, they seem to really love snacking on little kids. Like they're Little Debbie snack cakes. Well, when it comes to this fella here, his kid got attacked by dogs. Now, I don't know what kind of dogs his kid got attacked by, but I'm just looking at the lip piercing and the chain and the neck tattoo. And far be it from me to assume, because when you assume, you make an asshole out yourself. But I'm going to go ahead and guess that this was a pit bull deal. Let's take a look.
This past week has been a nightmare for Wesley Grist.
It's a horrible tragedy, big time. One that I have to relive almost every day.
And by the way, this is what Jeremy Renner would have looked like if he hadn't gotten the Avengers movies.
Last Monday, in this Edmonton neighborhood, Grist's 11-year-old son Cash was attacked and killed by 2 very large dogs.
Oh, yeah?
Cash had been visiting his father from BC. Grist says he was working outside the house, and his son had just come back from the store with some snacks.
Just before he went inside, he came over, gave me a hug, and he told me he loved me, and told him I loved him. And I told him I was like, I'll be in a few minutes.
He does not know exactly what happened next.
And I walked in the house, and when I walked in, I was seeing something like, I thought that I heard the dogs making a commotion, and I seen a mess, and I didn't know what it was, what I was looking at. Nobody wants to see any child like that. But to have to be the parent and find your child like that.
Yeah, especially if it's your fucking dogs that you put around your child, even though everybody could have told you that they're more violent dogs than anyone else, but everyone says, oh no, it's the owner. I'm a really good owner. Every single one of these fucking pit bull owners that has a kid who gets eaten always says the same shit. Before their kid got eaten, it was, it's the owner, it's the owner, it's the owner, it's not the dog. I'm a good owner. Then after their kid gets eaten, they're like, who would have thought? Who could have known that this would have happened? Ooh, me. I knew this would happen. I knew, because they're fucking demons. They're not worth having around. They're not worth owning. Pit bulls are not worth existing. The juice is not worth the squeeze. I've been saying this for so long. Pit bulls don't need to exist. Oh, Aaron, are you saying we should just round them up and euthanize all of them? Yes. Yes, I am. I'm saying that if we ritualistically eliminated pit bulls, a lot more people would be safe. To the tune of hundreds of people a year in this country would be safe. If we just, took them off the menu, so to speak. Because and I know there are some of you in the chat right now who are going to tell me, Aaron, you're wrong. It's the owner, everything else. I'm sorry. I've seen too many of these quote unquote good owners be surprised that their killing machine mauled a child for me to give that argument any sway. I'm sure there's terrible owners who make those dogs worse. I'm sure there's people who treat I'm sure like what Michael Vick made those dogs worse. But I'm saying there's a reason they pick pit bulls for fighting dogs. It's easier for them to be aggressive. So I feel for this guy. I'm really sorry about what happened to your kid, but a house with a couple of pit bulls in it is no place for a child.
That's the hardest thing I've ever been through in my whole life.
Grist says the dogs belong to his roommate. Cash's mom says he told her they were Connie Corsi, the same breed as this one seen here, which can grow to more than 100 pounds.
Oh, shit. Okay, you know what? I think fair is fair. Wasn't a pit bull. However, a Cane Corsi is a fucking that's a beast of a dog. But that's another one I wouldn't keep around children. And what's wrong with that, by the way? Don't we do that with every other breed? I know that I wouldn't get a Jack Russell because they're too rambunctious around small kids. But nobody goes, no, it's the owner of the Jack Russell. It's not the Jack Russell itself, it's the owner. Why is it pit bulls that people get so sensitive about? And I'll give you the answer. It's because they know that the people criticizing them have a point, and they're trying to head it off at the pass. It's like when you get criticism for something or people shit on you for something and you get mad and you get cunty about it. But it's like, well, yeah, but you're guilty of that. Sometimes people don't like being called out. And they hide behind like the manner in which something was said. But a Cane Corsi's a motherfucker too. Like I'll let pit bulls off the hook on this one. A Cane Corsi, like if it really was his roommate's dog, I'm sorry. I asked my roommate, like, dude, I got a kid, and he comes over here. I can't have your giant-headed dog swallowing my kid's face in one gulp. So could you please either lock it up or send it somewhere when my kid's here, or we can't move in? Oh, it's just so fucking annoying with those giant killing dogs.
The city of Edmonton says animal control had been to the house twice this year for complaints of attacks that also took place inside the house. But Grist says these dogs had not been problematic with Cash.
I watch these dogs.
Oh, yeah. Oh, no, it's the same thing every time. Oh, the dogs were cuddly. Oh, the dogs were like nanny dogs. Oh, the dogs would never hurt a fly. They're the nicest. Right, but when they're pre-genetically disposed to being more aggressive, it just takes that. Right, if you have a Cocker Spaniel, it'll probably sit there and be docile and whatever.
Problematic with Cash.
I watch these dogs cuddle with them almost every day. There's never been an issue like this. There's nothing, and I would never put my son in a spot where he was at risk.
Wrong. You did. Oh, I've seen the dogs cuddle with him before. Oh, really? All 6'3" of them? You didn't think that could go bad?
Cash's parents say the dogs have been put down.
Good.
For Grist, his feelings towards the animals are complicated, and he does not blame his roommate.
I'm not happy about it. The lives that, ultimately resulted in my son's life ending are gone. So I can't ask for anything more than that.
Wait, the kid's dead? I thought the kid got attacked and he was in the hospital. The kid's fucking dead? This guy's really keeping it together well for his son being killed. Oh, and by a cane Corsi. Jesus.
Speaking out because his roommate has been attacked online. He calls it all a distraction as he tries to grieve.
When I'm the most vulnerable, I feel like I'm being taken away from dealing with what I should be focusing on. And it's not fair to me. It's not fair to his mom. It's not fair to any of us.
Yeah, you know who it's really not fair to? Your kid. You know who's the real victim in all this? Me.
So he's focused on keeping his only child's memory alive.
He would want everybody just to be happy and getting along, because that's who he was.
Well, I'm sure he also would have amended that to say, and also get rid of your big-ass bitey dogs. That would be a nice way to honor my memory.
He wants everything to be beautiful, because he's beautiful. He's perfect.
Julia Cash's father talked about the negative attention he's dealing with, but there's some help coming from the community as well.
Yeah, so
That's the end of it's 2 minutes and 27 seconds. And that's where the clip cuts off. I mean, again, it's just certain breeds of dogs, you should make more preparations. Again, I'm not saying, I did say we should get rid of all pit bulls. If we did, I think it would be better. But I just think that there's nothing wrong with knowing that kids are going to be around a certain thing and then, making sure the dog doesn't go there just in case. That's all. By the way, keeping the memory alive. Holy shit, says Balls Deep. Yeah, right. By the way, we are 310 away from today's goal. If you'd like to contribute, if you'd like to chip in, I would appreciate it. Let's get that goal knocked down. Let's get it hammered out. I also apologize. I'm not sleeping crazy well because of these ribs, and I can kind of feel it getting to me a little bit. I'm getting that kind of heavy eye feeling, but it's, anytime you want to move in bed, you wake up because you're turning and you're just going, yeah. Oh, here we go. This stuff. Is this gone? This is good stuff. Johnny got us this. Oh, wait, maybe not. Maybe it. Oh! Mm-hmm. It's, there we go. Yeah, it's a caramel coffee, 1,000 milligram CBD, like a boost, just a bit of a boost thing there. I will say this, doing these solo shows without April, without a co-host or anything like that, it really does. It takes a little more out of you than the average one. It's a little more. It's what do you call it? It's a little more tiring, I think. Someone says hit the moonshine. No, I'm not going to hit the apple pie. What is he getting jacked on? Liquid meth? Yeah, it's liquid meth. It's 1,000 milligram caramel coffee, some CBD thing that Johnny gave me. Crystal Knocker says, but the show is better though. I don't know if it's better. I mean, I certainly, I can go on rants, I can yell and scream and do all this shit. But it really does, as who was it in the chat said it perfect? Sean, you get the old heavy eye. You know? You know that heavy eye where you just kind of... Like if I did that long enough, I could definitely fall asleep today. I get just that thing where you're just sitting there and you go, how good, like throughout the day, I don't care if you're at work or you're just sitting at home, how good does it feel to give into that? Oh, I'm doing that after the show. I'm so looking forward to it. Like I'm going to put up Elisa Jordana clips, and I'm probably going to sit in the studio quite a bit today and work on some stuff. But God, sometimes it just feels good when you get that heavy eye feeling to just go with it. You ever go with the heavy eye feeling and you wake up like 15, 20 minutes later and you go, holy shit, I just passed the fuck out. That where it feels like the bottom of your eyes are pulling the top of your eyes down and just, ugh. And you just go, you know what? Fuck it. And you're just out. Done. Miss Kathleen says, I wish I could power nap. I will say, I'm a power napping guy. I can get myself a power nap in. Out of Tune says, serious advice. If you are feeling you are burning out with these solo shows, I suggest to do less shows, as in doing less hours. Remember, sometimes less is more. Look, I do have ideas. I really do. If April decides she wants to do something else, if April decides that, look, the internet's fucking gay, I hate it. I can't stand these people on the internet. They're saying terrible shit about me. I like being away from the show. I think I'm going to keep doing that. And she goes and does something else, which again, I support her, 100% if she decides to do that. But if she does that, I think absolutely I'll either drop the goal a little bit or do less shows. And, honestly, doing less shows wouldn't be the worst thing in the world, right? Vince McMahon says he will get better quality sleep when his ribs heal. It's fine. Yeah, no, I will. I will get much better sleep when the ribs are better. Do you think? Here, is this? I wonder if this is really bad if I do this, but I kind of want to drink this. There we go. There we are. Oof. Pool Scam Sam says the goal could be half then. Well, here, you know what? I'll do the math. I think like $150 a show. The goal could be smaller by. Like we could be doing like 250, 150 instead of 350, 250. And I think that would be, for the long-term survival of the show, I think it would be great. For the budget of the show, I think it could be good. But we could also keep the goals the way they are. And maybe I do one or two fewer shows per week. Maybe there's a Monday evening show. And then we just do the morning shows. All of it is something to think about. 310 away from today's goal. If you guys want to help out with that, it's the only, it would set my mind at ease a little bit. I like the shows we're doing. It feels good. It feels nice. If you guys want to contribute to the show, I appreciate it. Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats, memberships, gifted memberships, etc. Thank you very much. Dub says, go with it, a.k.a. nodding off to heroin. Is that what it is? Am I nodding? Is it a heroin nod off? Dark Fox says, drink the whole thing, pussy. Fisky. Sean says, don't go back to painting valves, April. Look, I'm going to tell you this. I support whatever the fuck she wants to do. I heard from someone yesterday. They told me I don't think she wants to come back. And it would suck, man. I mean, a little bit. Like part of me, it would suck. Because I mean, it's been a big. I mean, maybe we can get real with it for a minute. It was a big part of us, you know. I loved watching her fall in love with doing this for a living. I loved watching the woman I love fall in love with the thing I'm in love with. And there's certainly some ego behind that. You're right. But, you know, watching the woman I love fall in love with what I do for a living was great. But at the same time, watching people that I can't strangle, watching people that I can't, you know, because if they were right in front of me, I could pound them with my fists and it would feel good. But watching people take your wife's soul, you know, watching people make her upset to the point where, you know, she doesn't want to do anything. I don't want that for her. I mean, if there's a part of you that goes, if we don't do shows anymore, you know, it's like a new era of your relationship. And it could be a good new era of your relationship. There's no rule against that. It could be awesome, you know. I've thought about that before. Like if I see April come home from work and I can greet her at the door and stuff like that, that'd be really awesome. We've done that before. We did that for the first 2-3 years of our relationship. I mean, we've had as much time her not doing a show with me as we have her doing a show with me. I love sitting down. You know, the cool thing about sitting down with her here every day is that anything else that might be going on, you know, and all couples have their thing, but like no matter what's going on, you sat down as a couple, you laughed, you had fun, you told jokes, and there's a lot of couples who don't have that. They're not lucky enough to have what we have, which is this outlet to tell jokes together, to laugh together, to do all of that together. I mean, it feels really good. But you know what doesn't feel really good? The stuff that really shakes her up, the stuff that really makes her feel bad. And it just becomes the question of like, is one worth the other? It's so, yeah, you know, I'm of two minds about it, man. If you ask me, if you want to know what's my opinion, I don't have an opinion of what I want her to do or what she should do. I want that to 100% be her call. But if you're asking me what do I want, it's a tough question, man. I think I want my wife back on the show. I think I want my pal back, you know. I think because it sucks the way, if it is taken away from her, it sucks how it got taken away. That it had to be like the ugliest parts of the universe that took it away from her. That part I would despise. That part I would resent and hate. Not her, but, you know, the universe for that one. But you also want her to be happy. You also want her mental state to be good. So for her mental state to be good, if she, if she had to walk away from the program, what do? You know? I can't blame her, says Schnoop. There are Reddits and people dedicated to hating and making videos about, yeah. Hitler Diff says, we love and miss April. She is very effing funny. Ozone says, didn't he say he wouldn't want to do this without her like 1 week ago? Yeah, I don't. I don't want to do it without her. Not at all. I will. I will do it without her, and I have done it without her, and I'm very good at it. I've been doing this for, God damn, man, 18 years now I've been doing this. Fuck, man. I've almost been doing this as long as I haven't been doing it. So I will. But, someone said, I thought you said a week ago you didn't want to do it without her. Still don't want to do it without her. Think I wanted to get up this morning and come downstairs and not bring her with me? Of course I did. Of course I wanted to bring her down here with me and do the show. I didn't want to leave her. I like doing the shows with my friend, But she's going through a tough time right now, and as a husband, as a boss, fuck a boss, as a husband, you do what's best for her. You give her what she needs. That's your job. Sean says the keeping it real segments are my favorite. And you guys talk back to me, and I get some opinions from you, and we get to bounce off each other. If you guys could, if we're going keep it real, I really would like you to knock that goal down today, because that is what keeps us going, and that does make the stress of not having her around a little bit easier. Demon Hunter says, if April does leave, how about Johnny 2 times a week? Corey does a week solo once a week and a rotating guest on Friday, and then do 1 evening show with Matt once a week. We'll probably do 2 evening shows with Matt every week. That's an easy one. I like doing solo shows too. But, the fact is, we don't, we're not a big operation. We don't have the money to just go grab somebody, Like, let's say April decides not to do this. We still need to put food on the table. Like, the money April makes, if it doesn't get replaced, still has to be made. And then whatever April decides to do, if it brings in the same thing as what she's doing here, then then we can have some savings and maybe bring some people in and do some stuff. But guys, I can't even think about that right now. I hope she comes back, but I don't know. Viking says you sound like Glenn Beck, a little bit, right? Sean says, did she tell you if she's listening or not? I don't think she listens. That sucks too, man. That really sucks because she doesn't want to read the chat. And that really sucks too because I miss being done with the show and going upstairs, and she says, oh, I really loved this bit. That was really funny. That was really good. Maybe if I didn't think I had a great show, she'd be up there making some eggs and she'd go, I heard this bit. It was really, really good. Of course I miss that. I'd be foolish if I didn't miss that, I told her the other day, I'm like, our Elisa Jordana thing was so funny, babe. You would have loved it. And I still don't think she's listened to it. And that sucks. I met her because she listened to the show. That was the connection. I met her because she came to an event, a live event. So if the internet not only takes away her participation in the show, but her ability to listen to it, it's a huge part of my life gone. And that's a very weird feeling indeed. If you get back on FM, then I think it'd be a better fit for her. Red Honda says, protect your wife. You're doing the right thing. Oh, thank you, Red Honda. Out of Tune says, problem is April's approach to online scrutiny. If you are confident with what you do and believe in it, then nothing can shake and rattle you. She needs to find her essence. It's all part of growing up. I don't know. Kyle says, I worked with my girlfriend for a year at a dealership. Schnoop says, I can't blame her. Sometimes the only way to win is not to play. Play the respect the drip Aaron to drop to drag yourself out of this funk, says Tom Thompson. Maybe she could do a few shows a month, says Optic Nerve. I would love that. I think that would be great. Any amount of shows she wants to do would be fine with me. Here we go. That's the one thing you got when she works with you. I see my wife and kids 2 to 3 hours a day during the week. Yeah, get to spend so much time with her, you know? And now I don't have that time anymore. She sleeps, she goes and does stuff. I mean, the sleeping I'm jealous of. But yeah, I don't have that time. Out of Tune says, I appreciate this honesty. But also, you've got to schedule shows in a way that allows you two to actually have a home life. You're running the machine too hot, says Nana's Clams. Thank you for that. Takes a set of balls to be open about something personal. This show has always been about what's going on in my life and then also the news stuff. Stream her duck hunting. Kyle says, stop being selfish. It's wrong for you to want her to be on the show just to be thrown to the wolves. Right. That's why I said if she needs to go, she can. Out of Tune says, maybe April is just a more sensitive person who has a hard time putting the negativity aside. There's no shame in that, really. Yeah, and she is. And I think she'd agree with that. I Am a Sick Man says, you can't have a show based on making fun of other people and expect people not to try and see how thick your skin is. You two could have had a nice little morning show, but you had to start shitposting. No, I think you're wrong. I think you're just being fucking contrarian. I mean, teasing people, taking the piss out of people, and then what's been done to April. If you think it's the same thing, I'm sorry. You got too low of an IQ to fucking, hang around. You're just not really, you're not really experiencing life. You're not really hitting if you don't understand the difference. Vince McMahon says it's worse than a normal amount of heat. These people are fucking crazy. Yes, exactly. It's not a normal amount of heat. CK son of a bitch says, April, you should just make sandwiches and help you put your shirt on right after a poop. Ray D says she's honestly felt checked out for a few months. The on-air chemistry with you two cracks me up, says Coltrane. Bearded Trucker says your job is to protect the blonde bombshell. That's my favorite job, my man. That's my favorite job. This is humanizing you, Aaron. You're becoming a baby face, wrestling term. I'm always a baby face, baby. Jerry De Niro says, is this the showdown you talk about marital problems? I don't think it's marital problems. It's she's having a shitty time dealing with internet stuff. I mean, if you want to call that, I mean, this is more show-related stuff than anything. Take care of April for us. We love you always, April. Says, shut the F up, Karen. Thank you very much for the $25 over on PayPal. $285 away from today's goal. If you guys want to help us knock that out, I really do appreciate it. Thank you so much for your contributions to this program. Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats, memberships, etc. Jay Hasty says the show not being so much of an aspect of the relationship should be a good thing, a chance to improve what really matters. Yeah. Karate Chopping Space Monkey says, so what was the final straw? Honestly, I think when she was really sick, when she was really sick for a month and people started saying she had like a fucking drug habit and a drug problem and shit like that. And getting really fucking mean about it. Zooming in on her touching her sinuses and going, and them going, oh, she's on drugs. Oh, look, she's a fucking junkie. I mean, I want to fucking destroy people for that. But like that really, and the stuff with, there's some stuff I can't say. But I think that was a big one. I mean, she had a nasty flu and then a terrible sinus infection for a month. I mean, this woman was sick for a month. I watched her struggle with not being able to shake this shit. Antibiotics, the whole deal. And just for a month, people were just going hard. And yeah, I think it's really shitty. April made the show so much better, says Electric Shoes, but honestly don't think people could handle the hate and threats she received. Absolutely disgusting how losers attack her. I agree. Dr. Silverwolf with $5 says April gave me a fat ogre hug once. I like her. She's super sweet and kind. She is. She's a very super sweet and kind gal. And she doesn't deserve that shit. You guys are doing great. Take all the time she needs, and I miss her. Can't wait till she is back. And you're also doing great, Aaron. Thank you. Thank you very much. Crumbum says, what is she doing then? She get a job or something? No, she's got a great boss, and her great boss is giving her time off to get away from you fucking people. Just kidding, guys. Just kidding, guys. Yes. She's taking a little break, and we'll see what the update is down the road. Hobo Chili Recipe with $5 says, listen, for once I'm going to be human. I know April doesn't like me, and I accept that, but we only make fun of the people we consider friends. Take that for what it's worth. Hobo, you are not anyone that she thinks is a problem. Greasy N-Word with $5 on Rumble says it's okay for April to call them all knickers. She has a lifetime pass from old Greasy. Oh, well, thank you, Greasy. I appreciate that. 270 away from today's goal, if you'd like to continue. Yeah, people contacting her parents and shit, that was a big one, too. Like, people have been way worse to her than they have to me. You know? Todd Pemper says, Aaron, you're doing fine, man. Keep on doing what's best for you. CB Project, of course. What are you, fucking insane? There are people on the internet who think the show is, like, analogous to life. There is a life, and then there's the show. What can I do for you, buddy? All right, guys. A bunch of money away from today's goal. If you'd like to chip in and help us out, we appreciate it. 750 people checking out Steel Toe right now. Go ahead and hit like, hit subscribe, so on and so forth. Yeah, Hobo said, dude, that's crossing the line. Oh, dude, and the shit they say about her not being a real mom and her being abused and all of that shit. Yeah, it's bad. I mean, I don't know what she did to anybody to deserve that kind of treatment. Answer, nothing. But, yeah, they're just really shitty, nasty people. All right, let's continue on. We got a lot of stuff going on today's program, a lot of things to get to. And again, want to knock out that goal. We're halfway through, but we're 270 away from today's goal. If you want to chip in, Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chat, memberships, etc., we do appreciate it. Hit like, hit subscribe. Let's do it. Carlos says that's opening themselves up to a libel or slander suit someday. Way too fucking far. Yeah, but you have to know who they are. And also it costs a lot of money to sue people. All right, let's go to Mexico for this next one. So the eclipse was yesterday, right? There were the Jews didn't kill any cows. Or was it 2 days ago? There were no Jews killing cows. The Dome of the Rock is still intact. I mean, on one hand, like, Jews and Muslims are still slaughtering the fuck out of each other. But, I mean, in fairness, that's kind of their brand. So I don't think you can get too upset with them. But in Mexico, they decided to air some eclipse coverage, or at least they thought it was eclipse coverage. It was actually, they aired balls. Let me see if I can play this on the show. Let me give it a little look-see. I'm just going to give this a once-over and then see if we can play it for you. So this Mexican TV station is playing the footage of the eclipse. And if you ask me, it looks like video of the eclipse. I don't know where the balls are. Oh, no. Okay. Yeah, I can't show that on YouTube. It was a picture of the eclipse, and then it was a guy's balls dangling in the camera area. Oh, what a fucking dirtbag. I like it. Don't get me wrong. It's very, very funny. And I love that the news played it, but what a dirty trick. Just dragging your balls into the frame of the eclipse. God fucking bless. Mussolini Diff with $5 says not everyone can see the internet for what it is. Evidence that Reagan obviously made a huge mistake. I thought it was gore. I thought the internet was gore. I guess maybe Reagan gave it the green light. You know, there's a lot of weird shit that happens on some of that foreign news stuff. There was that video recently of they put a dog on the counter and the dog just took a piss right in front of the female anchor. It's no professionalism. Josie Wales on Rumble says, big. It is if the goal doesn't change, these people are paying $50K a year while she's gone. I mean, I'm paying her while she's taking time off. Is that like the worst thing am I the worst guy in the world for doing that? I'm sorry, I guess. I don't know. I guess that's a problem for some people. 5-0 in the 320 with $20 says, April, take the time for yourself. Aaron, don't neglect yourself either. Yeah, I mean, look, I'm doing the shows, right? I mean, I'm taking care of her. So, I mean, it's not, it's the show stuff, man. What are you going to do? What is wrong with PTO? One person says, Optic Nerve says it's called sick time, stupid. I gotta say, I think like Josie Wales and people like that just don't like the show in general. And that's the shitty part about the hate April gets too. I'm not convinced that a lot of it's even because of April. I think a lot of it's because of me, and they see her as like more susceptible to criticism, so they want to get to me by going after her. And I think that's really, really shitty because you're hurting an innocent person. Go after me. Say what you want about me. Go nuts. You've never seen it break me down. But that's why you go after her, is because you've seen it break her down, so you want to go that way. It's a chicken shit move, and nobody's fooled by it. Bigot on socialist media says, I gave you attention, but now I'm listening to Aaron. Oh, thank you, buddy. Appreciate it. All right, guys. What did we just put it at? 250 is the number. $250 away from knocking out today's goal. Let's go ahead and do that and do 30 minutes of overtime. Thank you very much for your contributions. And again, thank you 5-0 in the 320 for the $20. Everybody match 5-0 in the 320's $20, and we'll call this thing a win today. The Elisa Jordana thing is getting like major play out there news-wise. I got to get that video up today of us talking about it because it is fucking hilarious. It actually caught what's his name? Baked Alaska's attention. I got a tweet from fucking Baked Alaska. Not that I've ever been the biggest Baked Alaska fan, but he's a guy with hundreds of thousands of followers. And Baked wrote me a message and said, haha, your Elisa Jordana phone call was fucking amazing. And I appreciate that people with that big of a following, saw that and thought it was good. Because the Elisa Jordana stuff we did on the show Monday night with Matt was so goddamn good. I liked it so much. But, like, Elisa is now making news on TMZ. Like, this one's really getting picked up. TMZ picked this one up and said ex-Howard Stern show star, which, by the way, she was fucking Benji, okay? Okay, new rule. It's not like she was, like, a big part of the Howard Stern show. It's not like she was Stuttering John or Jackie Martling or Artie Lang or anybody like that. She was Elisa Jordana, the chick who was fucking Benji for a while, and she got on the show a couple of times. And didn't Howard kind of see right through her? Didn't Howard kind of see her as a gold digger from the start? Yeah. She was arrested for battery for beating on her boyfriend/husband and streaming it in the car. But TMZ has now picked it up. TMZ... Oh, here's the video. TMZ is now reporting on the Elisa Jordana thing, which I think is hilarious.
Hi, Sarah. How are you? How are you, Sarah? Hi. Nudes and, different sentences that he...
Sarah, I'm sorry about this.
Oh, see that right there? That one right there, that's an immediate retaliation. The fact that this guy waited until she like pulled his ear one more time, oh, he's got the patience of a saint.
Don't fucking talk.
Idiot.
Yes, Sarah, we're really...
Take you dancing.
Yeah, Sarah, I heard you had a kid when you were 16. That's what he told me about you.
Yeah,
and he said you're a dumb Mexican.
I said she's a dumb Mexican.
And he said you keep showing up. And he says you won't stop texting him. But I saw the text. It's the same shit. Yeah. Yeah, what's up?
She's half your age. She's half your age.
Delete the number, please.
Pull over.
No, please don't. All right, I'll stop. Okay, I'll stop.
I bet you will.
No, I'm sorry.
No, call 911, Sarah. Call 911.
No, please, I'm
Call
sorry.
911.
I love that she got arrested for battery for this. I love that she cried like a baby and she was like, please stop. I don't want you to. And she still got the mugshot and she still got arrested for battery. I fucking love that. I love it. It's great. Every goddamn day I love that. I could watch. I know the audience is getting sick of it. I could watch that every fucking day. I just love that not only did he fight back, but then she got arrested and charged with battery. And as far as I know, I don't think he got charged with anything. Which, again, fucking rules. It's great. Greasy N-Word says, I know some hard pipe hitters want me to track them down and get medieval on their asses. That won't be necessary, Greasy, but that's very sweet of you. Thank you very much for the $5. 245 away from today's goal. Thank you guys for contributing to the show. It's a $245 goal for overtime today. Yeah, no, he fought back. She hit him in the face and she grabbed his ear and everything else. And he warned her 1,000,000 times to stop and she didn't. Good for that Scoro guy. And again, I want Scoro on the goddamn show. This is a guy who apparently was watching a clip of our show, and that's how he discovered Elisa Jordana. And then this guy gave her hundreds of thousands of dollars, if not, some people say $2 million. And she, quote unquote, married him in an online ceremony. And now they're together. I just love that we're the ones who got this thing started. I love that Steel Toe is the reason that they got together and technically is the reason that she got arrested. And this guy got to, take her down a peg or two. I love the role that we've played in this happening. Dead Game says, whoever, you better pray to God your name doesn't get out. Simple as that. Huh? I don't understand. Eaton Clam says, eHarmony Toe. Yes, that's who I really am. Redbird says, we created all this mess. We did, though. Justin Smith says, that guy is the definition of a loser, giving someone like her money. Look, Justin, I agree with you. I understand. And I think Red Honda's right. They're both trash people. I agree. But, man, I've got to say that I'm enjoying it. Oh, she created it by doxing people like a dumb cunt, says Riding Dirty Llama. Yeah, we've also found that Mussolini diff's right. We also found out Elisa Jordana is 41 years old. She keeps telling people she's 35. Uh-oh, somebody's 41. I don't know how to contact this Scoro fella, but I want to, and I want to have him on the show. Someone says, do you think that's the first time she's hit him? No, of course not. Of course I don't think it's one of the first 5 times that she's hit that poor dude. That I'm almost sure of. All right, moving on. Let's and again, if you guys want to chip in and help us hit today's goal and do overtime, sure would appreciate it. 245 is the number. Tori Spelling, last time we checked in on Tori Spelling, wasn't she dumping her husband on her podcast? Yeah, she's the one who called her husband while she was recording the podcast and broadcast her breaking up with him, which is just fucking asinine. Even for a Hollywood star who's trying to find relevance again. And you'll do reality TV and all kinds of other wacky shit. This is pretty bad. doing this on your podcast is a stunt as a way to, like, what? Save your marriage? Give her mental health time off like a boss. That's what you do. But not that she was trying to save her marriage by ending it, but like making it a bit, you know, who knows? Let's go ahead and listen. This is Tori Spelling now talking about the motherhood side of what she's up to. So she showed us Tori Spelling, the wife. Now she's going to show us Tori Spelling, the mom. Let's check this out. This woman overshares on her podcast constantly.
Be with yourself. Be happy with yourself. I don't want to be with myself. I don't know. And people are like, wait, that says a lot. You should be happy with yourself alone. I haven't been alone. Honestly, I still don't poop alone. Like, Bo still stands there and stares and talks to me like while I'm pooping. Like, it's
No. We're not going to have, and by the way, that's her son. We're not going to have the son stand there while you're taking a shit and talking to you. We don't talk to people who are taking a shit. Taking a shit is a very, get it taken care of kind of thing. No having the kid there when you're taking a shit. No. Cut it off right now. Tori Spelling has always been a fucking weirdo. And she's one of those people where you can't figure out, is she an actual weirdo or does she want people to think she's a weirdo? Because I don't know. 90% sure she's a fucking lunatic. But then there's another 10% of me that's like, oh, yeah, a wacky story again. Here we go. What's next?
It's just like, I don't know. I haven't peed alone in 18 years. Yeah. First it was Dean, then it was kids. I don't know. I think I function better with people. Is that codependent?
Yes. I mean, well, maybe not codependent, but it's needy, I would say. I codependent is a little bit deeper than I don't want to be alone. I think it's the natural state of most humans to not want to be alone. It's natural to want to, have people around you. But the door open when you're taking a shit so your son can watch, I don't think that's codependent. I think that's just more garden variety mental illness. Codependent would be like, even if when you spend time with this person, you're both miserable and you hate each other and you cause each other pain, you still have to be around each other because you can't be alone. That would be codependent. I guess you can be in love and be codependent. You can be having things good and be codependent. But I don't think simply saying, oh, I don't... I don't like being alone, so does that make me codependent? No, I don't think that's enough to make you codependent at all. My eyelids are so heavy too, says Flimsy Slow Hands. Am I getting, no, I feel awake. I had the CBD stuff. I feel good. It's co-urinal and co-defecation, but not so much codependent, says Mussolini Diff. Yeah. She's a 50-year-old valley girl, says John Doe. Yeah. I have to poop with a pew-pew on me, says Hobo Chili Recipe. That's the only codependence I need. I mean, shitting with a gun sounds weird. How the fuck do you need to poop in front of people, says Laura Pickle. I know, that's like, I don't like being alone either. I'm a social guy. I like having people around. I don't like being... Like if April goes somewhere and it's quiet and I'm alone in here, I don't like it. It's not my favorite. But I can do it. Not being able to be alone to the point where you just have to have somebody around you. Yeah, that's codependent. Ryan the Garbage Man says codepoopant. Hey. The only time I pee with my girl is in the shower. And her back is turned to me. No, now, first of all, no goddamn peeing in the shower. Can you pee in the potty like a good boy, like a big boy? Big boys pee in the potty. Stop peeing in other shit. Well, shit, figuratively speaking. Oh, man. Redbird says, I'm comfortable being alone. That's interesting. How does that work? Like people who enjoy, like they can handle being alone. Because I don't like being alone. I mean, I guess I can do it. It's not like I'm like, oh my God, I'm going to be alone. But I don't like being alone. I'd rather be with people and having a good time. But as far as Tori Spelling goes, shitting with your son in front of the door is fucking weird no matter how you slice it. I don't care if you call it codependent, codepoopant. I don't care if you call it just blech. Shitting with the kid in front of you is remarkably fucked up. She still looks good though. Is this? Yeah, this is her. Here we go. There's Tori Spelling now. And this is a 2-year-old picture of the kid who watches her shit. Yeah. Can we get somebody to go to that house? Preferably catch her in the act and then, throw the cuffs on her and everything. That would be nice. 245 away from today's goal. If you feel like throwing in some money, Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, memberships, gifted memberships. I appreciate all of your support, guys. Thank you very much. About 750 people checking out the show. Hit like, hit subscribe. Pool Scam Sam says, people who can't be alone screams mental illness and insecurity. Oh, I definitely think I'm an insecure guy. I don't think you can do this for a living and not be insecure. I mean, if you're happy with the amount of attention you get and people who say you're funny or good, you don't do this. It's because you're insecure and you don't think you're good enough and you want to hear people say it. I mean, the fact that I do this for a living identifies to me wholeheartedly that I'm an insecure person. Hooters Girl says different types of introvert and extrovert usually, but this lady definitely has a mental illness. Gray Idol says, I'd rather be alone. I don't live off other people's energy. It drains me. That's true, too. I like being around positive people. I like being around positive things. If I'm around negativity, you're right. That does drain the shit out of you, and it makes you feel weird. It makes you feel uncomfortable and awkward. You just want to go home. You do want to go home and be alone when shit's like that. That I agree with. I guess I like being around people like, having a beer, having a cigar, talking to them, hanging out. I like being social. That's all. I guess I like being social would be the way to put it. All right, off we go. More shit going on. You wouldn't want someone to hold your shirt for you while you poop, Aaron, says producer Robert. No. Not at all. I don't need that mess. 245 away from today's goal. If you feel like pitching in, we appreciate it. Thank you very much. Hit like, hit subscribe. Let's continue on, shall we? Jelly Roll had a chance to meet P. Diddy a while back. And he bailed because he said he got bad juju from him. Or no, bad mojo, I'm sorry. Juju is what I say never mind. Jelly Roll had a chance to meet Diddy, and he said he ended up passing on him because he got a weird vibe from Kanye. Or Diddy, excuse me. Diddy, Kanye, I'm confusing black rappers. Jelly Roll's adamant about keeping those good vibes rolling. Well, here, let's watch the clip where he talks about not hanging out with Diddy, which, by the way, in retrospect, you look really smart. Anybody who went, something weird about Diddy, I'm not going to hang out with him. Like that Uncle Frank or whatever his name was, he used to leave the parties early because he's like, I don't want to get, I don't want to get wrapped up in any trouble. Nothing good happens after midnight, that kind of thing. So he's like, I'm going to head home from Diddy's parties. And then Diddy has people like Jelly Roll who are like, yeah, Diddy's a big influence and I really like him and everything, but I don't think I'm going to hang out with him. He doesn't look like he's going to, go to too many places, I guess. Here's Jelly.
I did Kimmel.
Okay.
The day Diddy did Kimmel.
Did you? Oh yeah, that's right.
And it's the first time, this is the first time in my career where they said, do you want to meet such and such? And I said, yeah, and I started walking that way. And as I was getting down the hallway, this is a true story, I said, nah.
Better not.
And went and got back in the car.
Really?
Swear. I don't know what it was.
Do you think you?
And I made a joke at
Was it
first.
like a
I was like, who
feeling?
don't want to meet the guy that got Tupac killed? And
I like that. You know what? I like that one. Don't make me like this jelly roll motherfucker, because I don't like him. Don't make me think that this guy's okay. I don't want to think that jelly roll's okay, because he's just a big fat guy. But he seems jovial enough. He seems nice. He used to be a fentanyl dealer, which I don't think is a strike in the positive column, but it's part of it's a character trait. But I don't want to like this big fat weirdo. Oh, there we go. You see, I spilled the sippy cup. The Loaf Piggy sippy cup you can spill. But if that had been a water or a beer, it would have been Goodnight Irene for the keyboard.
nobody thought that was funny. So I was like, oh, that's a bomb. Maybe I shouldn't go do this anyway. So I was already skeptical because I thought I had a funny one. And they were like, I probably wouldn't say that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And we were walking, I was just like, I don't know. It is just something like very seldom does things rub me in a way where I was like, I don't even know if that's a picture I want
to have,
yeah,
to exist.
Yeah, because I've been in situations where, and I won't say this stuff, where I've like ended up in pictures with people I didn't want to be with, just like just because motherfuckers will walk a carpet around the same time. And shit happens,
and they'll be like, let's get a photo.
They're like, hey, y'all get together, and you're like, yo, I don't really even know who this human is. Kind of.
Wow. So Jelly Roll all this time. This was before all the Diddy rumors came out. He got a bad vibe from Diddy, and he didn't even want to hang out with him. Wow. Redbird says, why is he called Jelly Roll? Come on, use your imagination. Aaron almost fell asleep again, says Gray Idols. Man, I'm telling you, these solo shows are really tough. These solo shows are really tough. I'm kind of leaning on the Johnny juice here. Seeing if not really. Hold on. There we go. There we go. Oh, it's so greasy on your lips. Kyle says, bullshit. Jelly Roll bailed because he's hungry. 30-year-old Ray DeVito says you should use the sippy cup. It's not a prop. You know, you're probably right. You're probably right. The sippy cup probably shouldn't be a decoration. It should probably just be something that I actually use. His mother called him Jelly Roll when he was a kid. Yeah, I'm guessing probably because he's a big fatso. Pool Scam Sam says, send your nominations in for Friday's new co-host contest. There's no such contest. I'm hoping April comes back. I am. I'm just hoping April comes back because she saw the criticism and she went, fuck this. I can do it. I enjoy doing this. I like this. That's what I hope. His wife is kind of hot, though. Jelly got the life, LOL, eats good, got a model wife, and has money. Yeah, but if you want to keep a chick like that, you gotta keep the money rolling in. That's the hard truths cut both ways, Sir Davos. Hard truths cut both ways. Yeah, we could have Gino co-host from time to time. We got all kinds of options on co-host. Oh my God, we're pushing 800 people at a time here on Steel Toe this morning. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Hit like, hit subscribe, but more importantly, let's get some people chucking in a couple of bucks here. I really want to knock out today's goal. It would be awesome doing it on the solo shows. And we're 245 away from knocking out today. Oh my goodness, I got notifications going off like crazy. Oh, Jake Hudson gave me 12 cents. Thank you, Jake. I appreciate it. So is April going to be your intern so she can fill your sippy cup when you get thirsty? Maybe. Maybe she will be. Who knows? Oh, boy. That you know what? We'll figure it out this week. I think this weekend will be the weekend where we figure out exactly what the whole thing is, exactly what we can expect. It's John Doe says she should get thicker skin. Come on, April, snap out of it. I'm hoping, man. I'm really hoping. Conan is going back on the Tonight Show. Really? Not to host it. He's going to go on there as a guest. Caught up with the comedian, blah, blah, blah. Well, you remember Conan leaving NBC the first time, right? When he lost the Tonight Show, where he won the Tonight Show and then lost it back to Jay Leno because the ratings were terrible. Ooh. I would, honestly, I would hate going back to that company. I would hate going back to that network, especially if any of the same people are there. Because I'm sure when I walked out, I stared them each in the eye and was just like, you motherfuckers, I can't believe you're doing this to me. And I hope they felt terrible about it. But the fact of the matter is, everybody probably got paid out of that Conan thing. I don't think there's a lot of bad blood when you get that much money. Pool Scam Sam says highest super chat gets co-host for the day. No, that's not what we're going to do. Like I said, I just want to do. I want to knock out the 245 today. I want to have a successful solo show. That's all I want. That's all I want. D. Gulag says, remember when Conan tried to convince us that Haiti is beautiful? Oh, please, yes. I have to show you guys that. Conan visits a Haiti school and what is it? And talks Trump. Oh, God. Wasn't, I can't remember. Oh, yeah, Conan was the one who was all butthurt when Trump said that a lot of third world countries are shitholes. And he's like, well, I've been to Haiti, and I can't believe he would say that. And it's like, well, if you've been to Haiti, you know what a shithole is, brother. Jesus. I think Haiti if Haiti doesn't qualify as a shithole, then there's no such thing as a shithole. It doesn't exist. By the way, very good, the water out of the sippy cup. Very, very good. This is great news. 125,000 migrants have been released onto the streets of San Diego in just 6 months without proper vetting, according to the county supervisor. You know, this immigration thing it's got to be some kind of conspiracy. There's got to be something going on there. I mean, I know that politically the left-leaning people are letting these people in when they're in charge because they think in a certain amount of years they're going to become voters. And then they'll have children, and those children will become voters, and they'll owe them, so they've got the Latino vote forever and ever. But if you go into if you talk to Latino people or anything like that, or you look at the polling, it does suggest that Latino people have started to kind of grow tired of that shit. Latinos are starting to be against illegal immigration. Because a lot of them either came here illegally and then shut the door behind them, not slut the door behind them. And then others came here legally and they don't like to see people undercutting it. But fuck that part for a moment. 125,000 people in San Diego alone without proper vetting. What are the odds that one of those people are a violent criminal and they're going to commit a violent crime? It's so maddening because it's so common sense and people call you a racist for it. You sit there and you go, hey, releasing 125,000 people, I don't care if they're white, black, Latino, doesn't matter. Releasing 125,000 strangers onto the streets without fucking looking into whether or not they have a criminal record from back home is insane. It's not a way to run a country. Bad shit's going to happen. You're going to get more Lake and Rileys, but everyone's so wrapped up in their fucking politics that they feel like they have to have a political take on this. You know, they feel like they have to go, okay, well, what's my side's take on immigration? You know, what's my side's take on illegals and stuff like that? And then they go, okay, well, now my side says this, so now here's what I believe. How about no? How about just this is a terrible way to run the country? Common sense wise, this doesn't make sense. The problem is the other side has gone, okay, it's politically correct for me to have this opinion. So anyone who doesn't have that opinion, out of my own fear of having a discussion about the topic, I'm just going to yell racist at them. Being against this kind of immigration is not racist. It's craziest. I'm against crazy shit. And, letting that many people go without vetting them first is great. It's insane. So I don't know what the solution is because Gavin Newsom has already said yes to it. So I guess it's going to happen. I hope I die before the consequences of what they've done takes root, if that makes sense. But why we can't just admit that, hey, okay, ask the people who are for this or have no problem with it. What if we released 125,000 white South Africans into, where was this? San Diego. Let's do that. What do you think of that? Oh, no. Well, it's kind of crowded here. I think okay. So it's kind of crowded here. You don't want it here. But if it's not in your backyard, then you're totally fine. I want to pick up the baby goats tomorrow, or the mom and the baby, and I want to go, hey, you're so big at, or baby goats. Oh God, I'm falling asleep here on the fucking show. I'm saying baby goat. What was the baby goats thing? Why did I say baby goats? I just got going on a fucking rant and I started talking about baby goats. I told you guys, these fucking, these solo shows are taking their toll on me. Oh my God, I just said baby goats. Did I just call illegal immigrants baby goats? What the fuck? Now, see, that was racist. That thing I just did there, I called illegal immigrants baby goats. That was a racist thing. Coltrane says Aaron had a stroke. I think I did. I think I fell asleep for 6 seconds and I said baby goats. I'm falling apart live on the air. Throw me money so I can hit the goal. Easy Money's wife with $9.99 says, here's to you guys. Haters move on to another show. It's Aaron's choice how he wants to run his show. Thank you very much. 240 away from today's goal. Dead Game says, you saw the story about the baby goats in the storm drain. I don't baby goats has to be a thing on the show now because Ice Grill says all Mexicans will be forever known as baby goats. Why the fuck did I say baby goats? Somebody says, somebody make TD a VIP. Yes, I agree. Just make a VIP today. That would be cool. South African white farmers goats. Yeah, I don't know. Okay, but 125,000 San Diegoans. I'm naming my goat Aaron. Oh boy, here we go. So now illegal immigration or Mexicans are going to be baby goats. Here we go. Here we go. I'm going to get the baby goats thing now because Aaron's working a fucking shitload. Well, anyway, all these people who are like, it's totally fine. What are you, a bigot? That 125,000 Mexicans went into San Diego completely unvetted? No, it's more the unvetted part. I don't know who they are. We should be looking into this shit before we let them into our fucking country. If like I said, if you brought 125,000 South Africans here, white South Africans, and you were going to drop them in some liberal city, they'd say no. They'd say that's not okay. But then, baby goats come along. No. If the baby goats are here and, SC Motorsports says goat piggy. All right. Well, I was going to say that I'm going to try to find some baby goat story, but fuck it. Seven says this horse has been dead for months. Well, then fuck off then. I love that. I love when people are like, I don't like this. All right, there's a very simple answer to this. Fuck off. And if you don't think that the baby goat bit was very funny, then you're a stupid asshole. Mersh's race car bed with 199 says Pod Awful can host while Ape takes time off. Jesse loves me now. Jesse's a big fan of the show. And I do appreciate that. Thank you very much. But I'm not ready. I've been hurt before, Jess. Oh, man. You're possessed by baby Baphomet. Yeah, and everything's baby goats. Mr. Approachable says you're no longer wet bees because they had to cross more than just a river. They are now goats. Got all over terrain safely. Oh, okay. Good over all terrain. So it stands for goat. So they're baby goats. Left-handed says the problem is that people elect those who let illegals in. How did all of this start? I think it got started when people who want legal immigration rather than illegal immigration started getting called racist towards Mexicans, and then instead of fighting back against that and going, no, I'm not fucking racist, they just went, I don't want to be called racist, so you know what? Never mind. I think that might be what happened. Not sure. All right, guys, let's go. Pool Scam Sam, I'm not putting TD in as a co-host. Stop it. There is no new co-host contest. I'm already having mini strokes on the air today. I'm 240 away from today's goal. I'm butt fucked on today's goal. Jesus. If you guys could help me out, I sure would appreciate it. We can knock this thing out today. We've been doing very well this week also. Thank you. Thank you very much. Oh. Delicious. I love drinking out of my new sippy cup. San Diego County Supervisor Jim Desmond told the Post how Customs and Border Protection agents are completely overwhelmed by the surge of border crossings in Southern California, which he warns will have dire consequences for the rest of the country. Over 125,000 migrants have been dropped in San Diego County since September 2023, he told the Post, citing figures he says were provided to his office by Border Patrol. So you got so many people invading across the southern border that in California they're just going, fuck it, go to San Diego. Can we look into them first to see if we should keep an eye on any of them for crime or R-wording or robbery? Nah, just cut them loose. They'll be fine. Oh, boy. It's incredible that they're releasing all these migrants in the next 6 months. The next 6 months is when they're doing this. Oh, boy. And now, what are you going to do with all the baby goats? We don't even know what's going to go on with the baby goats anymore because of all this shit. God. It's always the baby goats who end up getting hurt. All right, we've got a drug made from human bones that's making the rounds in Sierra Leone. Then we've got the strip searching thing. We can do that. Civil rights groups want to rename the new Baltimore Bridge. You're never going to guess who they chose. Oh, it is perfect. I think it's exactly what they should call the bridge. And also Charles Barkley calling everyone who watched the eclipse losers during the halftime show 2 nights ago. Fuck does Charles have again? Like, I don't understand looking up at the sun and going, eclipse. I don't get it either, but I guess I don't have that kind of vitriol that Charles Barkley does. That was not me having a having a stroke. I'm looking for a Ronald Reagan speech. One of his funnier moments. While I go and refill my water here. Oh, no, I know what to do. Here we go. I know what to do. Why don't let's do this Hulk Hogan clip. I want to play the Hulk Hogan choking out Richard Belzer clip while I go get a water. If you guys want to throw a couple bucks at the show, I would really appreciate it. That would be really, really cool. We're $240 away. And we really need to knock out that goal today. So please do it for the baby goats. More than anything else. Here we go, and we will be right back.
For those of you that don't know what I'm talking about, we had a very ugly incident here last week on the show. Hulk Hogan and Ms. T were here. And Hulk Hogan did a demonstration, and he he hurt me real bad. I split my head open and I was knocked unconscious and so on. So just to show that I'm not a part of their promotional tool and that this was real, I want you to take a look at this clip. And keep in mind, this was real. Take a look at it and remember, I had no idea what was about to happen. And I'll be right back.
Now, the first thing you need to know about amateur wrestling or professional wrestling or submission holds, you just tell me, brother, when you want him to quit squealing, okay? All right. It's called a front chin lock. How about it, T?
Keep him like that for a little while. Because he's all right. He's just sleeping. He's sleeping. Really, I was a sleeper hole. He'll be all right. He's waking up now. That was a serious hole. A lot of people.
See, it works.
That pool of blood is nasty.
All right, brother.
And now, we'll be right back after this word from you-know-who.
Yeah, dude, Belzer had no fucking idea where he was when he popped up and said that. And you saw that big chunk of, that big pool of blood that was sitting there next to his head when Hogan cracked his head open.
Okay, I had no idea when I got up and said we'll be right back. I had no idea where I was. I was in shock, and I know I'm doing this a little bit, maybe going too far. But can we get a close up of these stitches? Because I saw Bill Cosby today, and he thought it was a hoax. And if he thought, can we read that? Can you see that? Can you see those stitches? I'm sorry to do that to you. I'm sorry, but I just wanted to.
He ended up suing Hogan in the WWE, and he got himself a nice little settlement. Old Belzer did. He got himself a nice little settlement from the Hulkster. He was kind of Jewing it up a little, though, wasn't he? He did kind of do the, oh, do you want to see my stitches? Oh, my goodness, my stitches. Look how injured I am. This is terrible. How much? John Doe says how much? I want to say it was like $250,000 he got from WWE. But I could be wrong on that. And I think he got some baby goats as well. Big Earn says, love the solo shows and throws $10. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. 2:30 away from today's goal. Let's go ahead and knock that out. We need to go on a run here big time as we got about 20 minutes until 9 o'clock. And then after that, we got an hour left in regulation. So about an hour and 20 and $230 away from today's goal. I love being able to knock out goals during solo shows. Makes me feel like I still know how to do them, you know? Charles Barkley decided to call everyone who watched the eclipse losers during halftime at the game last night. You know what I love about Charles Barkley is that he is now free to be like America's crabby grandpa. Fish Lunch says, get a rally going. Yes, get a rally going. There's all the links in the chat. Rally away. Go crazy. Click that PayPal and drop an irresponsible amount of money in there. I say like $30-$50. Something like that. We'll knock this thing out in no time. But Charles Barkley is kind of becoming America's grandpa where he just pisses and shits all over everything and everyone likes him. Like there's a lot of people who like whine and complain and bitch about everything, you know, like Joy Behar, and people hate her. But then there's Charles Barkley who's like really charming about it because you know that like no matter what he's talking about, he's probably going to think it's stupid on some level. I like that about Charles. Let's go ahead and check out, let's go and see this clip. This is where he called people who looked at the eclipse losers. Did you know that yesterday or 2 days ago, one of the highest Google searches was, my eyes hurt from looking into the sun? It's another one of those. It's like that undercover, or not undercover. It's like that plainclothes CIA guy that they were interviewing earlier today. You just look at him and you go, this was the best they could do. And that's how I feel about people who are Googling, why do my eyes hurt from staring at the sun? It's like, you know what? No, that should come with a free Amazon Prime order of, the old cocktail that Kevorkian used to use. Yes, that's right. I believe if you Google, why do my eyes hurt after looking into the eclipse, you should be euthanized. I do think, we're trying to improve that gene pool one person at a time. Here's Charles Barkley. He's only Charles Barkley when he's putting his car away. Here's Charles talking about people who were into the eclipse.
I thought I was watching it, maybe the Chuck blimp that got in the way.
Hey, well, y'all, some of them losers standing outside watching that today.
They're not losers.
Yes, they are.
It doesn't happen often.
Hey, we've all seen darkness before. Stop it.
No, not
I love him. Like I said, he just gets to be a crabby grandpa. Like, people want to enjoy the eclipse and look up at it, and he's like, these people are fucking retarded. I hate every single one. They're so goddamn stupid. Man, you so like he doesn't even have like he doesn't even have like a reason for it. He doesn't even have like a spelled out rationale. He's not like, well, because you're gonna hurt your retinas and it's gonna hurt your eyeballs. He's like, they're stupid. I just love that Chuck is so plain spoken.
They're not losers.
Yes, they are.
The Chuck blimp that got in the way.
Hey, well, y'all, some of them losers standing outside watching that today.
They're not losers.
Yes, they are.
It doesn't happen often.
Hey, we've all seen darkness before. Stop it.
No, not
all those losers watching the. Yeah, it is fucking dumb too. Like, I was so glad it was overcast here. Like, I picked up the kids on Monday, and they were like, "We were at school today. We couldn't see the eclipse." I'm like, "It's fine. They're not." A thing goes across another thing, and then that thing makes it dark for a little while. I don't really understand why, why we need to make it a national holiday for the fucking eclipse. I was excited for, like, the red cows, and, like, if they were going to kill a red cow in the fucking Dome of the Rock, and, like, the Crusades were going to restart. Like, that was exciting. The potential for the Crusades to restart was a cool part of the eclipse. A bunch of retards looking up at the sky going, is it across the thing yet? Fuck. You know what you do? You look out. You look at, like, the horizon during an eclipse, and you see it get darker for a little bit. That's kind of fun. But just staring up at the sun like a dipshit, I don't get to, you don't get sympathy.
Not in the daylight.
Come on, man.
Come on, Chuckster. Don't hate on the eclipse.
Come on,
Yo, listen, I saw a loser standing watching your blimp. How about that? They were outside. Have you seen Chuck's blimp? So you're not a fan. You're not a fan of the
Well, I'm not going to sit outside like an idiot and wait on the darkness.
Did you not wait?
Fucking A, man. Fucking A. This is like in Clerks 2 when Randall was going off on Lord of the Rings. Saying things that most people won't say about Lord of the Rings. You're like, hell yeah, absolutely, I'm with you. That's me and Chuck on the eclipse. Bunch of losers standing outside watching darkness. Stupid.
I could have waited. It's going to be dark when we go outside.
Can I ask you a check? Did you ask your family to wait on your blimp outside?
I was trying to get my grandson to watch.
See, there it is. So what are you talking about?
Hey, the eclipse going to happen again. I ain't going to ever have another blimp.
Boy, that's a good thing. This was a very worthwhile segment. Let's go over to the AT&T.
That was a great segment. What are you talking about? Just because you didn't talk about like how a 2-3 zone will impact the credibility of the backcourt defense, now all of a sudden it's not a good segment? Fuck that. I love listening to Charles. I would listen to Charles Barkley shit on everything sacred for hours. Are you kidding me? Hobo Chili says, that's why Shaq said, if I didn't like him, I would smack the dog shit out of him because he always has an opinion. I know. Charles always thinks something about something. That's why I like him. That's why he's a good broadcaster. Charles is a based black dude that votes blue down the ballot. He is retarded. Yeah, Charles Barkley is such a curmudgeon and so lovable that people forgive the fact that he's a walking contradiction. That is true. I was thinking about this yesterday. Charles says a bunch of based shit and then he votes for Democrats. Almost like he wants to be miserable. Charles Barkley is like, look, I think immigration is destroying this country. And illegal immigration. I think you ought to immigrate here the legal way. You ought to have paperwork and all that. But we should open up the borders. I'm voting for Biden. Wait, what? I don't. Tucker Carlson was actually saying the number of illegal aliens is 22 million. Oh, or 22 million. D-Rex says, just give in, Aaron. Go night-night, princess. Oh, man. I don't know. I can't go to bed. I got to do a show. I said baby goats, for God's sake. I'm not going to bed. 2:30 away from today's goal. I want to get that goal down to 0. I want to call it a W and make it a win today. Oh, here we go. Getting a little update. There we are. Gray Idol says voting for any of them is retarded. I don't know. You kind of got to vote for one of them, don't you? H says Barkley don't like baby goats. No, Sir Charles does not like baby goats at all. All right, guys, 2:30 away. Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats, Venmo. Click one of the links. Throw a couple bucks in. Great numbers today. We appreciate you guys for being as supportive of this show as you have been. This whole week has been crazy good, and I hope you guys keep that up. If you feel like throwing in a few bucks, we're a long ways away. I think we've, 100, maybe about 90 bucks in today. So we haven't made like super pay dirt, but if you got 20, 30, 40, 50 bucks laying around, throw me a couple. I appreciate it. Dylan Schmidt says, you got this, boss. Yes, I do got this, boss. I can do it. You guys are going to hate this one. Or love it. The Francis Scott Key Bridge is being rebuilt. You know, the one in Baltimore that went down. The good news is they're already coming up with names. And they're thinking that maybe the Francis Scott Key Bridge is not the best name for that bridge, because I don't know if you know this, but Francis Scott Key, a guy who lived at a time where slavery was legal and not exactly questioned, not in a huge way anyway, maybe by a minority, ironically. But Francis Scott Key, who lived in a time where slavery was legal, had slaves. Oh my God. We have to, you know what we have to do? We have to pretend Francis Scott Key, the person who wrote our national anthem, we have to pretend they never existed, because they owned slaves at a time where it was legal and it was okay to own slaves. They owned them. Oh man, you can't do that. Well, we gotta. I think Francis Scott Key's got to be incarcerated. Can we dig up whatever's left of Francis Scott Key and throw him in jail? I think he ought to serve time for this. The Caucus of African. Okay, so the Caucus of African American Leaders got in touch with Baltimore. Do you guys have any idea what they actually want Baltimore to rename the Francis Scott Key Bridge? Please guess. Please guess what they want it to be, because it is fucking good. It's too good. It's almost like, I almost feel like the Black Leader Caucus is punking us. It's so good. Fauci's pangolin, King Kong Dong guessing. Justin Smith says everything is racist bridge. That would be awesome. I would actually vote for that one. Optic Nerve says, is it the baby goat bridge? They should. They should call it the baby goat bridge. Black ass bridge, says Bobby B. That's actually a good one. I'd want that. All right, a few good guesses. A couple racist ones that I can't even read. Kent H says, behind in the chat, but you only need Johnny as a second mic. Well, look, I love everybody as a second mic. I love working with my wife. It's up to her whether or not she comes back. Aaron's baby goats. Well, here, let's see. All right, enough. You know what? Enough people have written in. Let's see what the verdict ended up being. The consortium of civil rights groups includes the NAACP, the National Coalition of 100 Black Women, which very ornery, and others. It voted to recommend changing the name of the Key Bridge because it honors a man who enslaved African Americans and wrote lyrics that scholars have found demeaned black people. The caucus is now calling on Governor Wes Moore and the Maryland General Assembly to rename the bridge after George Floyd. Oh my God, is it too perfect? They want to call it the George Floyd Bridge. I mean, have people like is this how news works in America? And I know it kind of does. I know it kind of works this way. But do people just get to not know shit? And we just have to accept it? Like, do people not know the story of George Floyd? Is it just, are there still people out there who just think a cop put a knee down on George Floyd for 9 minutes and that he died and that was it? He never put a gun to a pregnant woman's belly. He didn't steal from a store. He didn't have counterfeit 20s. He wasn't a fentanyl addict. He didn't have a shitload of drugs in his system at the time he died, enough to kill him. Are we... people don't know that. And that's crazy to me. Because I feel like if you just read a little bit, you would know that. You almost have to keep yourself willfully ignorant. You have to purposely not read anything. You basically have to read what you want to hear and then stop. And unfortunately, a lot of people do that. How many times? We did it today on the show. I had a moment where I had to go, oops, whoopsie daisy. Sorry, I have to take that back. It's not correct. In the Pitbull story, or in the Kane Corsi story, where I said, it's a fucking pit bull. This dad led his kid around a pit bull. Now his pit bull's dead. It was actually his roommate's Kane Corsi that did it. I didn't know it was an even more monster dog. But, like, to want to rename something the George Floyd Bridge, not even being racist, not even because he's a black guy, will I say you shouldn't rename it the George Floyd Bridge. But the so many numbers of black people that you could name something after before George Floyd is astonishing. How about the Tyler Perry Bridge? You can even have him christen it as oh God, Medea. It's perfect. I just don't. They want it called the George Floyd Bridge. They don't bother looking into what kind of piece of shit the guy was. They just go, like, could you imagine if you didn't vet someone this much for something? It's crazy. I mean, the guy was a multi-time felon. The guy, abused women. The guy was a drug addict. The guy was probably high as a fucking kite when they arrested him. Do you think that people who are like, yeah, y'all, we should rename the bridge after George Floyd, do you think they even know that the cops put him in the car and he squirmed his way out? How many of them do you think have watched the second video? By the way, thank you to Zen Rhino for $10 over on PayPal. Appreciate it, buddy. Where's that putting us? That's putting us at 220 for today. You guys can do it. Let's rally up. We're at 220. It's almost 9 o'clock. Let's go on a big 9 o'clock hour rally and let's knock out that last 220. Let's call it a successful goal. I will be very honest with you. These solo shows are starting to really take a toll on me. I feel like these are getting tough to get through. But at the same time, I don't think they're bad. I just feel like I'm putting a lot of energy to them. Democrats enslaved the black Republicans, set them free, keep erasing our history, and it will repeat itself, says Need Trump. That sounds like a threat, bro. Sounds like a threat. Fauci's Pangolin says, but won't the bridge fall as soon as the fentanyl goes across it? J-Dub Productions says, can you get Elisa Jordana on as a co-host from jail? There you go. That's what I should be doing. I should be working on getting Elisa Jordana as my co-host. That's what I should be doing. Josie Wales says, not close to the goal today. Incoming hidden PayPal donation. I hope so. That would be fucking great. If so, hey, guys, Josie Wales over on Rumble is talking mad shit. I think you should prove him right. Does anybody have a hidden PayPal? Make sure if you throw us money on PayPal today, you write hidden PayPal donation. Or you know what? Even if you throw a super chat at us, make sure it is a hidden super chat and make sure you put that note in there. Because over on the Rumble side, Josie Wales is saying, you're not even close to the goal. Here comes a hidden PayPal donation. Links are in the chat. Go ahead and click something, throw money in, but make sure when you throw money in that you let me know that it is a hidden donation. I want to make sure we're very honest with our audience. Please. Please. Mussolini Diff with $5 says, didn't they watch entire footage and hear George Floyd say he couldn't breathe while he kicked himself out of the cop car? Yeah, dude, he was yelling he couldn't breathe and mama and all this shit before the cops even like. So when he went out of the cop car and he went out just before Derek Chauvin knelt on him, he went, "Come on, I can't breathe. I got COVID. I got COVID, mama. Mama, I got COVID. I can't breathe." The guy was freaking the fuck out. He was so goddamn high on drugs that he was freaking the fuck out. And then people took that as, oh, he's so sad. I'm like, no, he's fucking high. Thank you for the $5, Mussolini Diff. I appreciate that. 2:15 away from today's goal. If you're throwing in super chats or you're throwing in PayPals, make sure you let us know that they are hidden secret donations so that Josie Wales over on Rumble knows that he was right. It's very, very important. All right, continuing on here. 3 JSO officers disciplined over 2022 strip searching incident. I really want to know what this strip searching incident is. This is on Beachland, Florida.
Incident. Action News Jack's Jake Stofan has been digging through the documents, interviews, and body camera footage. And Jake, the officers involved testified they were never trained on strip search.
Uh-oh, we got body cam of the strip searches, and it looks like it's a dude. This is going to get gay. And then they go, we were never trained properly on strip searches. Then don't fucking do one. Call in backup for someone who knows how to do a strip search. What, you mean I don't try to stick my whole fist up the guy's asshole? Now you tell me.
Searches.
Well, during the internal investigation at JSO, at least 2 of the 3 officers involved stated they didn't believe what they had done to Ronnie Reed constituted a strip search during that arrest, which you can see behind me. But after reviewing state statute, they now believe it was a strip search. Additionally, they claim they were never trained on when and how a strip search should be conducted.
What the fuck? How do you not know? That is kind of a problem with the police department then. If these guys don't know how to do a strip search, I feel like that's pretty basic.
Can't bend me over like that, bro. I know my rights.
Body camera footage first obtained by the Tributary shows JSO officers strip searching Ronnie Reed during an arrest for allegedly selling cocaine in September of 2022. The video shows officers pulling down his pants and underwear and exposing his genitals in front of...
Yeah, that's usually not how you do a strip search. All right, turn around, son. All right, show me your ball sack. It's It's usually not how you do a strip search. All right, whip your cock out if you could. We got to search you.
Of onlookers near the scene. Now, 3 of the officers involved have been disciplined by the agency for violating JSO policy.
If the individual is concealing contraband, meaning drugs, he will pick up a second charge, which is introducing a controlled substance into a correction facility. But that's not the street officer's concern.
Action News Jack's law and safety expert Dale Carson argues since the officers were searching for a $20 bill and narcotics, a strip search out in public view was wholly inappropriate.
What? Really? A strip search in public is wholly inappropriate? I mean, yeah, if you're going to pull his balls and his cock out, I would say, yeah, that's an inappropriate thing to do in public. But how are we supposed to know these cops were going to do that?
Sends a message to the community that they shouldn't cooperate at all with law enforcement.
Or just not have anything up your butthole.
That's the devastating aspect of this circumstance.
Florida statute does authorize law enforcement to conduct strip searches for narcotics upon receiving written approval from a supervising officer, but JSO policy only allows corrections officers to conduct the searches. During the internal investigation, officers Joel Belgard and Nicholas Hackley both testified they were never trained on the agency's strip search policy.
Then why were we doing it? Oh, he just felt like a really in-shape dude. I kind of wanted to squeeze his biceps and see how he's doing. Crumbum says, you seem tired today, buddy. Dude, I'm fucking exhausted. I am really tired. Chris Thompson with $2 says, call it the Biden Bridge. Always falling down. Oh, man. Cavities. Thos Alman says cavity search. That would be wholly inappropriate. Arapima says, has he started ranting about the South Korean women who are collectively boycotting all men? Are they? I mean, that's fine. I think those guys will be fine. They'll find other girls. There's always hoes. Hoes will always exist. Fauci's Pangolin gifting a membership to DREC. Thank you very much, Fauci's Pangolin, for contributing to this program. Now everybody throw in on the Streamlabs, the PayPal, the Super Chats, and everything else. We are way behind tonight, or this morning, 2:15 away from today's goal. Stevie J says Aaron has a sippy cup. Yes, I do. It's so I don't spill. And I've already knocked it over twice today. So there is that. It is necessary. It's not just a cute decoration. I need my sippy cup. All right. So, yes, everybody throw in a couple of bucks so we can knock that out and call it a win today. That would be awesome. We've also got about 55 minutes left in regulation, and if we get to 0 on today's goal, we're going until 10:30. Daddy is starting to sweat just a little bit. Just a little bit. All right, off we go to the next story. A psychoactive drug crafted from human bones is leaving addicts in the West African country of Sierra Leone digging up graves in order to get their fix. I always judge how really awesome a drug is based on what people are offering to do for it. Like there's heroin that's so fucking insane that even if you did it once, I would hope you would go, Jesus Christ, what's wrong with me? I'm doing heroin. Fucking hell. But like heroin, people will suck dick. They'll exchange sexual favors. They'll become prostitutes. I mean, there's a whole bunch of stuff that people are willing to do to get heroin. Cocaine, same thing. Fentanyl, methamphetamine must be the best because they do all kinds of goofy shit. They make like animal noises and they fuck each other and they, can I have some meth now? And just strange people, man. Well, anyway, these people in Sierra Leone are now getting all fucked up off of human bones because when you live in a place that's as depressing as Sierra Leone, you just start grinding up people's bones because who gives a shit? Life is fleeting. It's but a mere stop. Well, police officers in Freetown are guarding cemeteries to thwart the disturbing practice of exhuming skeletons for the zombie drug production. Notably, the drug dubbed Kush is made from a variety of toxic substances, with one of its main ingredients being ground up human bone. I don't know. I kind of dozed off a little bit there. Fuck, man, I am falling apart. I am falling asleep on the fucking show today, man. I've been putting everything in my body I can. I've had a Diet Mountain Dew. I have not had a Celsius yet today. I've had a Diet Mountain Dew. I've been pounding water. I've been doing the CBD things. But I think you just lost me there for a little bit. But grinding up human bones to get fucked up is, it's not necessary. Like, whatever happened to the tried and true? Don't you have any of the classic stuff laying around? You know? Our country is currently faced with an existential threat due to the ravaging impact of drugs and substance abuse, particularly the devastating synthetic drug Kush. said Sierra Leone President Julius Maada Bio. Mr. Bio added that there have been escalating fatalities among the drug users. He also says that he has set up a task force to eradicate the drug. This means there will be centers in every district adequately staffed by trained professionals to offer care and support to people with drug addiction. Well, but can we at least maybe stop the grave robbing? Could we perhaps, can't you make the drug and not use people's bones? I mean, is there something in human bones that makes you hallucinate more? Because I would love it if they could stop the grave robbing part, and they could still have their drug and leave everybody the fuck alone, rather than dig up a fucking corpse and then sprinkle their bones in tinfoil or whatever the fuck you need to do. Left-handed says more water. Yeah. We got to do more water. Uh-oh. I was drinking with the lid closed. There we go. Oh, man, I'm just working my ass off trying to get that goal down to 0 today. That's what I want to do. I want to get that goal down to 0. I want to do 30 minutes of overtime today. I want to feel like we got a win today. I want to feel like, even with April gone, we can still knock this thing out. I do know I'm going to panic my fucking balls off if we miss by a ton and April wasn't here. Because I don't want to bug April into coming back. I want her to, be okay. So, one thing that makes everything okay is, the goal still being there. Oh, my God. Find the inspiration. It's not in the sippy cup, brother. I know. I have to. I got to find something that'll keep me going. I've said baby goats today. I've almost fallen asleep. It's April has moved on, says Pastor Aristocock TX. Maybe look, there's a chance. There's a chance that she's done, man. And that would suck, but we have to hold out that possibility. I don't have any video of anyone doing the bones drug. What is it? Kush, where you take a hallucinogen, you ground it up with human bones, and it gets you nice and super fucked up. I suppose. I think you take some baby goats with you, and then it works. 2:15 away from today's goal. Gray Duckling with $10 says, my niece says you look like a nice person and gave himself hickeys as a kid. In fairness, didn't we all give ourselves hickeys as a kid? Didn't you ever play the game where you would suck on this part of your arm to see which one of your friends could make a darker hickey? You had one friend who was ready to fucking suck his skin off to win because he was really competitive. Not 2:15, 2:05 away from today's goal. I'm sorry, Gray Duckling. There we are. Thank you for the $10, buddy. 2:05 away from today's goal. Optic Nerve says, no, Aaron, that's you. Really? That wasn't a thing that people did? No, we were. Oh, no. Did I just open myself up to be fucking crucified? That's not a thing. Dude, when I was a kid, when I was in elementary or middle school, we would suck on our arms and give ourselves hickeys to see who could give the biggest one. Uh-oh. Maybe you know what? I'm starting to think that maybe I should have shut my fucking mouth. I'm thinking I might have dicked that one up. Ruh-roh. 40 FPS says stop. Gray Idol says most kids did that. I thought so. I bet you French kissed your fist too. Fuck off, I did. I would sometimes make out with the crook in my arm too. I meant I would hug a guy who had just robbed a bank and I would make out with him. Kiss a crook. I stole a grill apron from my dad that said "Kiss the Crook." It said "Kiss the Cook." I just put an R in it. Oh, you guys want to lean into the sleepiness? I'm not, dude. We're $200 away from today's goal. I might be fucked anyway. Maybe I should just lean in. Yeah, but if I lean in, I'm so sleepy I might pass out. So you guys never, Kyle says Aaron was a bone smoker in college. That was actually the funniest thing you've said all day, says Sean. So nobody made out with like the little area in their arm? And nobody sucked on their arm to make hickeys? Come on. That's how you showed the girls you knew how to suck. Wait, no, you didn't show the girl. Wait, who's showing the girls they can suck? No, you don't want to show the girls you can suck. No, you don't want to show the guys you can suck. How about no sucking? But too late. This show's been on for over 3 hours. Zeke Kyle says Aaron tried to suck his own dick. Right? Didn't we? Like, we'd all be laying there and we'd... I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Oh, I'm like deliriously tired, and I'm leaning into everything everybody wants to do. I'm always, I was just running around trying to suck my own dick. No. Oh, boy. That's how I'm going to get the heat off of April. I'm just going to say all kinds of fucked up shit about myself and not care. Right now I'm doing a CAPTCHA puzzle because I have to verify one of my addresses. So that I can, wait, what? Oh, guys, I am falling the fuck apart. Verify my addresses. What? That is not a thing I was supposed to say. Guys, I don't know what to do. I am mumbling. I'm a mumbling, stumbling, rumbling prick. We got, 45 minutes left in today's show, and we're 2:05 away from the goal? Oh, my God. I'm going to fall asleep. God help me. My wife is not on the show anymore. I'm hosting the show solo. I'm not getting enough sleep because my fucking ribs are hurting me. And I'm going to fall asleep right on the air. Ruh-roh. The only question is, is she going to care? Optic Nerve says you drank that CBD. It was a little tiny thing. That's all it was. That's it. Things are looking pretty bleak, says Helby. Grab and chug a Celsius. It's fine. I use the wrong words when I'm stressed out, says SH. Dead Game says, that's how my dad got me up for school. Second yell was water in my face. Mr. Approachable says, how much do you want to bet Aaron played that game where all of his buddies getting in a circle and suck each other off to see who can last the longest? 4 minutes and 14 seconds. Wait, what? No, that wasn't it. Sean says, I want you to go back to April today and show her how good you suck your skin. We'll be fine. 2:05 away from today's goal. Throw money at us out of pity at this point. Shut the F up, Karen. Becoming a member for 22 months. Says, everyone has a rough day, Aaron. Love you guys still. Life happens. It'll all work out. Sending love and positive vibes. Thank you very much. 40 FPS says, hello, fellow straights. Want to play cream on the cookie? Aaron's baby goat says, Aaron's falling apart. Let's hit the goal and force him to do the half hour. Oh, yeah, you guys will get an extra 30 minutes of this shit. Crumbum says, I'm fresh out of pity money. Oh, dude, I take pity money, hate money, Jew gold. I take it all. It all counts. Josie Wales Says Aaron knows it's his show, right? He can change the schedule anytime he chooses, take a nap, sleep in, fix his marriage like last week. Oh, yeah, got to fix that marriage, right? Got to make sure that I don't get divorced a second time, right? Got to make sure April doesn't leave me, right? Is that what it is? Got to make sure April sticks around. Because it's the show, and then she's going to leave me. That's where we're at. I believe is that the narrative? She's on her way out, boys and girls. Call it a day. Aaron's going to have to rebuild. Those fucking kids are going to see that their dad's a fucking failure. April's going to leave, and she's going to go get so much fucking dick, bro. She's on her way out. I'm just leaning in. Oh, boy. People take one thing and they extrapolate it out to the nth degree, and it's bizarre to me. I will tell you this. If I was divorced or getting a divorce right now, I would be sobbing my fucking eyes out. I would be probably on the air crying my dick off if that was the case. I can promise you. I would be so sad. Bill with $20. Thank you very much, Bill. Oh, boy. That's going to put us at 185 away for this morning. $185 away from today's goal. Chip Galloway says, if April divorces the chat, do we owe her alimony? Sketty Tooth John says, April is at her mom's house hiding. That's the narrative. Is that it? April's at her mom's house? Oh, man. I better go put a fucking wheel lock on the truck. Jesus Christ. Raz of Chaz says, this is awkward. Aaron was playing doctor when he was a junior in high school. I'll show you mine if you show me yours. Redbird says, so April really hates us now? No, April doesn't hate you guys. Jesus Christ. April does not hate you guys. April just doesn't want to be around the internet at the moment. The internet is saying terrible things about her. She doesn't like it. It's not how she really likes to spend her time. So she doesn't want to be around. That's okay. There's nothing wrong with that, boys and girls. You need to calm down. $5 from Dr. Silverwolf says, this isn't just $5, it's hope. And $5, but mostly hope. Thank you very much. Raz of Chaz says, I want to go with Mommy Steel Toe. 180 away from today's goal. Knock it out for me and make me do an extra half hour. You ain't getting my money says, I finally caught up and heard you say you were changing the backdrop/studio. It's about time, boy. I know, but it's so much work. I have to fix a fucking dryer today. And you know what? I'm going to rip that cock-sucking dryer apart. And I'm going to fix the fucking thing. I'm going to make sure there's no more black streaks on shit. 40 FPS says we'll knock out the gold and not have you do the extra 30 minutes. Oh. All right. Either one. Totally fine. Pool Scam Sam says RIP dryer. No, it's going to work. It's going to totally work, the dryer thing. Someone says new dryer time. Maybe. I might go new dryer shopping today, let's be honest. I might end up let's see. New dryer. Let's go shopping. What do you think? Oh my god. Oh, these aren't bad. The first one was really fucking bad, and I was like, Jesus Christ, these are expensive. But that was a crazy one. Okay. Get myself a sensible little dryer, right? April would appreciate it. Dude, we've wrecked like 3 or 4 of her shirts. I mean, it's wrecked my shirts too, but I don't like mine. as much as April does. But April's been getting black streaks on her shirt. Did you ever get your water refilled without April here, says Sketty Tooth John. Yeah, I have to refill my own fucking water when April's sleeping. Now she can refill my water. But, yeah, early on in the morning, now she gets to sleep because she doesn't do the show. I don't get my water right away. Fuck you, dude, says a decent dryer will set you back $400 to $500. Kill Harry says she's been getting blacked. Yeah, see, I think that's probably the reason why she's been staying away, because of all the, she's fucking this, fucking that, this, that, the other thing. It's real clever shit, I gotta tell you. 30-year-old Lisa Jones enjoys smashing random car windshields in nice residential neighborhoods around Los Angeles. I kind of like this because it's happening in LA and nowhere near me, so it's not going to happen to me. But there's a woman there who's just walking around pissed off, smashing windshields. And in a weird way, I kind of get it, because have you ever seen a windshield smash? It's remarkably satisfying. Like just the kind of the low thud, the kind of ksh, ksh, and then it just psh, auto glass, the way it kind of like fractures like that. It is, I mean, smashing a car windshield is kind of a cool feeling. But a woman has been charged with 11 felony counts for randomly smashing dozens of car windshields in Los Angeles. Just, garden variety 30-year-old with unchecked mental illness in California. This is not exactly a new story. Lisa Jones, 30, is charged with 11 felony counts and one misdemeanor account of vandalism, or $400 or more in damage of destruction or property. Let's check her behavior here. See how she did.
A woman bashes in a windshield with a brick. And it's happening over and over again in fancy residential neighborhoods across.
So this crazy bitch is just going around to rich people's houses and smashing their fucking windshields in. And honestly, if I lived in LA where it cost like $4,000 for a tiny apartment and I couldn't afford to live, I might be a little bitter if I saw a nice luxury vehicle. Plus, there's no cops there. They're all looking after illegals and shit, so you can do pretty much anything you want. And even if you get caught, there's no bail, so they'll just let you out right away. Get right back to throwing windshields through throw bricks through car windshields. Throw windshields through windows. Oh, I really am. I am a failure as a host today, that's for sure. I am an absolute host failure this morning.
Across Los Angeles. In this surveillance video, she targets a Porsche. Then she retrieves the brick and calmly returns to her car as if nothing's happened.
I love her. So it's businesslike for her. She finds a mark, she takes him down. I have a question. Is she using the same brick or is she getting new bricks? I think it would be smart to use the same brick because then you bring your evidence with you. It's not sitting out there for the cops to find it and find prints and hairs and shit like that. You take your brick, you smash it against the guy's windshield, you pick your brick up, you go back to your car.
Katerina Meyer owns the Porsche.
The only thing that I could think of possibly is that I might have, pissed her off on the road on the way home from the grocery store.
Dave Goodman's car got it good. First, the suspect throws the brick at the front windshield. Then she returns to bash in the rear window. And
what? Now, wait a minute. Why? That's not part of the game. Now you're going to make me turn against you. I want to be on your side as kind of a weird ghetto Robin Hood where you just take your frustrations out on a nice fancy car windshield. They've got insurance. Who gives a shit? But I mean, if you're smashing the back window in too, now we're taking liberties.
Really goes to town. She also grabs a chunk and takes it as a souvenir.
It was just a shock.
So they're smashing the shit out of windshields with bricks and then taking parts of the bumper.
Very surprising. What the heck is she doing to our car?
Yesterday after
being a fat, black, unruly woman? Oh, I'm sorry. Did you want a real answer or no?
Intense search, police arrested 30-year-old Lisa Jones and charged her with felony vandalism.
Damn, that's a big bitch. Probably took a couple of them to take her down. What did we, oh no, that's a quote from the story. Oh, I wanted to see if there was more stuff on that or not. That's too bad. That's too bad. I don't know. I have a soft spot for people like that because nobody really gets hurt. You can get a new windshield. It's totally fine. And like, that's a really satisfying sound to hear. So I don't know. Fuck it. Now, this is wild card or gray duckling. God damn it, I'm terrible. I think it's wild card. I asked my niece to come up with insults with just a screenshot of you. Dude looks like he had his first sexual experience, but he thought the coochie was farther back than it actually was. Oh my God, that's actually true. When I first finger popped a broad, I didn't realize how far down it was. I was like, Jesus, we're getting close to the butthole, which, by the way, was true, but still jarring nonetheless. Thank you for the $75. Very, very cool. Appreciate that. 110. All right, guys, we're only 110 away from today's goal. We can do this today. Let's bang out 110 and call it a success. Here on Steel Toe, Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats, memberships, Rumble Rants, etc. Let's hammer the rest of this out and call it a W and do 30 minutes of overtime. Fenton Mully says that niece is owning Aaron. I know. It's true, though. You kind of thought when you were a kid, you kind of thought it was more straight on than it was. Only to find out, no, you got to, look, come on, man. You got to, put in some effort, for Christ's sake. What do you guys think of this? Is this a dick move or is this all right? There's a pitcher in Japan who, switch hitters, right? They bat left-handed sometimes. They bat right-handed sometimes. Well, there's one guy who he changes plate stance every single pitch. So if you're a right-handed pitcher, you throw your first pitch, he's left-handed, then he stops and he walks around and he goes to the left-hand side of the batter's box. I think it's really shitty. Like it's kind of bush league. I don't like it. But at the same time, it's allowed. Like it's a drain on the game. It wastes a whole bunch of time. Let's check it out and see if it's all right. So there's strike one. Now look, he just runs over to the other side. Then he goes to bunt. He pulls it back. And now he's going back to the right-hand side. See, this is just fucking goofy to me. I feel like this isn't giving you the edge you think it is. I feel like the pitcher and you are both being confused by this, and you don't really know what to do. So another ball, 2-1. Now he's going to the left side, and he's going to try to bunt again from the left side. Here we go. Now it's a strike. He hasn't swung the bat once. All right, run on over to the right side. This guy's going to be winded by the time he's done. Oh, and then he gets hit by a pitch. See, I'm an idiot. If he would have stayed in the left side of the batter's box, he never would have got that free base. I'm an asshole. That is 100% on me. I hate it, though. No, I really do. I think it's fucking dumb. I hate alternating on each side of the plate. Pick a side of the plate and be done with it. In fact, I thought you had to. I thought the actual rule was that if you started on one side of the plate, you had to stay there for that at bat. Didn't realize how wrong I'd been. Chip Galloway with 199 says, put this towards the dryer. Baseball is definitely gay. This is 4D chess. This is retarded. My friend kept telling me that he was a switch hitter. It turns out he was gay. Kane J says you can't do that in Major League Baseball. Okay, good. I didn't think you could. I didn't think you could switch. I thought once you picked a side of the plate, you had to stay on it. Good, because I think that's Bush League and it looks retarded. By the way, $110 away from today's goal. I'm not the father becoming a baby boot. Thank you very much for becoming a member. We appreciate that. what was it? 110 away from today's goal. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants, etc. We appreciate all of your generosity. Coming up next, a new long-term study reveals that puberty is actually not a disease. So you're good to know that. That if you're a woman that or I guess a boy too, but who is it? Who do we get more? Trans, like female into male or male into, I guess male into female. So if you're a young boy, it's okay. Puberty is not a disease, which is nice to know. I want to play a little something here while I make a pee during a solo show. So I'll play this for you. Enjoy yourself. I'll be right back in about 2 minutes. Let's knock out that goal, boys and girls.
Don't wanna fall in love, I just wanna get fucked. Shoveling mountains, a terrible stuff. Heroin, ketamine, jelly bean puff. Shove it in my brain, get it all mixed up. Like, wow, I'm a troubled soul. I'm living in a studio flat that's covered in mold. Go outside just to shout to strangers, then I crawl in a hole like an ugly mole.
I love drugs and sketchy pills, and my favourite ones are the ones that kill quickly. When I go where my loved ones miss me, well the answer's no. Chuck my corpse in a big main road, turn my head to a powdered skull. Let rain pour, turn that to mulch, and that's the last scene of the Patrick Show.
As if glue gone paste, now my face is plastic. Having a gangbang to Jackson 5. Right, I'm a ratchet guy. Lost my wife for a black goodbye. No, don't talk to me unless it's an emergency. I gotta take a number 3. That's a piss and a shit and a wank in a tree.
I said, hello there, can I fill your hole? She took one look and she told me no. I got a wife at home and she hates me. I sleep outside cause she makes me. Big bowl of the cocaine, that's me breakfast. I tried crack once, I just wanted to test it and I'm hooked now. I could marry my pipe, my wife wouldn't care, she just wants me to die. It's party time, get your drugs out. If you wanna make love, get your muffs out. It's party time, get your drugs out. Do you wanna make love to a sad old man? It's party time, get your drugs out. If you wanna make love, get your muffs out. It's party time, get your drugs out. Do you wanna make love to a sad old man?
A hip, a hop, a hip, a dip my dick in the salsa dip. On a Tuesday, get a strap on your boob legs. Yes, feel free to say no.
Oh, let's keep doing a show, shall we? How much time do we have left? 25 minutes to get this all knocked out? Oh, man. Hitler Diff says, remember, Billy D. Williams endorsed and recommends giving blackface a try if anyone has nothing to do today. He did say that. Billy D. Williams did say, hey, blackface, you know, what the fuck? I believe that's a direct quote, if I'm not mistaken. Thank you very much. Great job. Get April's head back on if possible and have fun. Thank you for the $20, Ryan. Appreciate that. Very cool, Ryan. Thank you. $90 away from today's goal. If you want to help us knock that out and make a clearly way too tired to be awake me do an extra half hour of show. I have a lot of stories. I do. I got some shit we can do today. I just there's oh, by the way, Optic Nerve is the one who showed us the Northern Boys. So he does deserve a lot of credit for that. I am finding, because this is what, the second week that I've been doing solo shows? Well, no, like April's been missing shows in between, right? So I've done probably 3 or 4 weeks of solo shows. But I don't know if I got to change my sleep schedule for this, or April's got to come back, or what the deal is. But this is... Today has been... Like, don't get me wrong. Like, we've made funny moments out of the weirdness on today's show. But I know I've been subpar. I know I've not been as good today as I typically am. I know that I'm literally, I'm going to crash the fuck out after. Oh, no, it's not true. I want to cut out the Elisa Jordana clip. Then I have to crash the fuck out after the show's over. But the solo shows have been good lately, but today is definitely a falling apart day. This is why I moved to last night's evening show to Thursday because I'm just like, I'm fucking tired. You know? I'm fucking tired. I've got way less help than I did before. And I think it's just starting to take a toll. It's like it's starting to really make me tired. Really wear me out. So I got to figure out something. It's all about adjustments. You know, I just got to figure out how to adjust. You have a dryer to fix, bud, says Rusty Grammar. Jennifer says, so you don't want the goal met? The goal has to be met. The goal has to, I mean, that's just the thing for the show. You know? Optic Nerve, Kane J says, you're doing good. Don't sweat it. Thank you. Thos Alman says, Aaron, skip the new dryer. 600 foot of clothesline. 2 birds, 1 stone. Let's get 8 back. We'll see. Los Federales says, you're just on your period, Aaron. Oh. Mr. St. Caesar says, give Johnny April's wage and have him do more shows. Yeah, I mean, that is an option. But April, that's if April doesn't come back. Then, yeah, we got to take her off the payroll and we got to give that money to somebody else. But having April back would be fucking cool. I would love that. We'll see. Ice Grill says, maybe hit the boxing gym and work it out with the boys. I can't. I bruised my ribs. Oh, man. We got, let's get to some more things here. A new study out of the, and by the way, where are we at? We're actually getting quite a bit closer. $90. We're only $90 away from today's goal. Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats, memberships, etc. All right. A new study out of the Netherlands following 2,700 kids aged 11 over 15 years showed that 11% showed gender dysphoria in early adolescence, being uncomfortable with their gender. But by age 26, the majority of them had outgrown the issue. Weird. Only 4% of those experiencing dysphoria at age 11 still had the same issues with their gender at 26. Now, this does a couple of things. It doesn't mean that 4% of kids ended up really having gender dysphoria. It showed that 4% of 11%, so a small number of a small number, had issues with their gender at 26. It's almost like it's become fashionable and there's been societal pressure to become trans, so we're getting inflated numbers. But that can't be it, can it? I mean, there would never been like a Saul Alinsky, Karl Marx, Rules for Radicals style, like intercepting the culture and, undermining traditions and everything else to bring perversion and things like that into the country so that people will do it and it will just weaken us further. That would never be a thing that we would do. Ever, right? God damn it, man. I mean, it's so mental illness. And like, this country talks out of both sides of its mouth. It's like, if you have mental illness, you should get help. If you have mental illness, you should talk to a doctor and you should work through it. You shouldn't try to do it on your own, blah, blah, blah. But the minute someone goes, I'm going to cut my cock off and call myself Priscilla, people go, oh, mental illness is totally cool. Guys, we definitely have to make sure that this mental illness is protected. No, did you hear them? They're going to cut their dick off. Oh, you don't want them to cut their dick off, you fucking pig. I've lived long enough where the phrase, hey man, don't go cutting your dick off, you might regret that later, is now hate speech. I have lived long enough where I've gone, hey man, if you turn your dick into a pussy, you might not like that when it's done. That has now become white supremacist lingo. And I go, hey man, if you rip your balls off with your bare hands and try to make yourself a new cunt, you might not think that's the swellest idea in 10 years. Welcome to the Nazi party. It's so fucked up. You don't really know how far the Overton window has shifted until you check on it one day and you realize that it's been moving for decades. Oh my God. But yeah, this study out of the Netherlands says that if a teenager says they were born in the wrong body, that's about 10% of them. And 96% of those When they get puberty and get older, they go, oh, wow, am I glad I didn't fucking cut my tits or my dick off. Really enjoying watching the game. Individuals with an increasing gender non-contentedness more often were female, and both an increasing and decreasing trajectory were associated with a lower global self-worth, more behavioral and emotional problems, and a heterosexual sexual orientation. Gender non-contentedness, while being relatively common during early adolescence, in general decreases with age and appears to be associated with a poorer self-concept and mental health throughout the development. There you go. Meaning it's upstairs, right? Thank you very much to Slap My Ass Sally for becoming a baby boot for the 23rd month. I will say this. This study is, like, I don't even know if this had to be a study. To me, this has just been common sense from the get-go. And it's, again, it's kind of like the CIA thing we talked about earlier. I don't think anybody's going to read this or see this who's already made up their mind and gone and is going to go, oh, shit, I was wrong. Like, they're not going to do that. Adam says, I have an incoming hidden donation. Oh, my God, guys, a hidden donation. $15. Oh, my God. $75 away from today's goal. If you'd like to throw a couple of bucks in, we are getting close. Yeah, I mean, think about that. We're recommending gender reassignment surgery to minors, and we're finding out when we do studies that 96% of them are going to regret it. Do you know how fucking crazy that is? People have to be thrown in jail over that shit. Like, you got to start putting people in jail for doing things that 96% of the time a kid is going to grow out of, and it's an incredibly permanent thing to have done. You think they're fucked up now. Like, wait until you transition them, and then after puberty, they're like, oh, shit. I wish I wouldn't have got that surgery done. Now you're fucking up people on both sides of puberty. Just let people become what they are. Leave them alone. Stop manipulating people. Stop fucking around with their heads. Just go about your day and do your shit. And if a kid says, oh, I feel like a girl today, he might just be gay. We need to make gay cool again. Oh, my God, I think I'm going to chop my cock off. I'm feeling squirrely. You might just like buttholes on dudes. You might like the way whiskers feel against your cheek when you make out with a guy. So just fucking relax, okay? The study out of the Netherlands says 96% of you are going to want to be fucking out of here. Or not going to want to be fucking out of here. The authors conclude that gender confusion is most prevalent at around age 11, and then most people grow out of it. Huh. Is that it? Oh, by the way, the California study showed that attempted S-word rate among men who had gender surgery was twice as high as it was before the operation. Ugh. It's funny, people who say, trust the science and believe in the science and the science this and the science that. When it comes to a lot of this medical stuff, they don't trust the science. They don't follow actual science with a lot of these things. So I've always thought that was kind of strange. But yeah, this idea. Yeah, Fauci's Pangolin says they got bored with just drugging kids, I guess. Yeah. It's a weird manipulation of children, and I don't like that people are cool doing it. Just that, just how brazen they are with that. Mr. Q says, so you grew the facial hair for Nick. Nice. Yes, of course. Absolutely. Redman said, yeah, how can they be pro-science? Science proves only two genders, says Redman. Yeah. Dr. Silverwolf says, I only know one transgender person, girl to boy, and they are very leave kids alone until they can make rational decisions for themselves, which was kind of nice to see. You'll always find people like that. All over the place, for sure. All right, we got about 10 minutes left in today's show, and we are only $75 away from today's goal. Let's see who wants to help knock it out. Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats, memberships, gifted memberships, and much more. Guys, I have news on Tiffany Henyard, not N-word. Tiffany Henyard, not Henward. She's back in the news again. And the reason she's back in the news is, hold on, I got a couple here. There are whole channels that are dedicated to Tiffany Henyard that I check once a week for good Tiffany Henyard stuff. If you don't know who she is, Tiffany Henyard is this woman who is a county commissioner somewhere and also a mayor, and she makes like $200,000. It's crazy. Then she's like a county commissioner, and as a county commissioner or whatever it's called, they have like a stipend or like a pay package and benefit package that gives her even more money. And now she's running for re-election, and she wants to make a rule where if anyone else gets elected but her, they make like 25, 30% of what she made. It's fucking evil what she's doing. All right, let's go ahead and get to this one.
Andrew Holmes has been
there we go. This one's going to be, not baby. Oh, God, I'm doing the baby goats thing again. Tiffany Henyard trying to oh, wow, I didn't see this story. There's a bunch of Tiffany Henyard stories out there. Uh-oh, Scabadios.
And thank you for
Hold on a minute. Oh, boy. Booed and challenged during meeting. Oh, guys, we got a lot of Tiffany Henyard stuff today. Oh, boy. All right, let's go. Let's go check it out.
Dawn Hasbrook, more controversy in Dalton. This time, it involves a well-known activist.
Tonight, our Dane Placco off the top with the bombshell details in a brand new lawsuit.
Andrew Holmes has been a familiar face in Chicago for years, well known for his work as a community activist helping crime victims and police. But now Holmes is being accused of a crime himself, sexual assault, in a civil lawsuit filed by a former employee of the village of Dalton and a Dalton police officer.
Uh-oh. This is getting weird. So now there's allegations against this community activist, right? But wait until you see where Tiffany Henyard comes into play, the mayor.
In addition to his work as a community activist, Holmes serves as a trustee for the village of Dalton.
Oh, yeah?
The civil lawsuit against the village of Dalton, Thornton Township, Tiffany Henyard, and Holmes himself alleges that Holmes sexually assaulted a Dalton Village employee who we're not naming because of the nature of the alleged crime while on a village business trip to Las Vegas in May of 2023. According to the lawsuit, the employee had drinks with Holmes, whom she thought of as an uncle, began to feel disoriented.
Well, I mean, everybody had that uncle that handed them a drink, right? And afterwards you felt a little woozy and, you just had to go take a nap in the back room. Everyone had that uncle, right? No? You woke up, your anus was killing you. Everybody had that uncle. Normal. The couch you slept on was uncomfortable. There was a spring poking up right into your ass. Sucked.
Passed out in Holmes' hotel room. The lawsuit alleges Holmes then called Dalton police officer Byron Miles, who was on the trip as part of Mayor Tiffany Henyard's security detail.
Oh, no. Oh, nice. That's a nice trip to be able to take because the mayor needs you on the security detail. Awesome.
According to the lawsuit, quote, Holmes began describing a host of his exploits from the trip, many of a sexual nature, to Officer Miles. At some point during his rant, Trustee Holmes made reference to him engaging in sexual activities with a Dalton Thornton employee, and there was some suggestion that the employee may not have had the ability to consent and or did not provide consent.
Wait a minute. So this guy went and told all these people his sex stories from the trip and then said, oh, yeah, one of them was passed the fuck out and couldn't even say yes to me. What a fucking lunatic. Yeah, he can be done. And now I guess there's also parts of this, and I think they're going to get to it here in a second, that the crazy mayor, Tiffany Henyard, might have tried to cover this up.
The lawsuit says Officer Miles then began recording the phone call and FaceTimed Holmes. Trustee Holmes then panned the camera toward the bed where Officer Miles could see a woman who was partially undressed. The trustee then moved the camera to various private areas of the woman's body, displaying them on screen, and at times moving or removing articles of clothing as he transmitted the images.
So this is a passed out chick or not a... Okay, he's giving off like Cosby vibes now, this dude.
The lawsuit alleges when the woman woke up, she couldn't remember anything that happened the night before and was not aware of the alleged assault until informed by Officer Miles when they returned to Dalton. Quoting the lawsuit, at some point during that time, Trustee Holmes was in communication with Officer Miles, and again Trustee Holmes made reference to his exploits in Las Vegas. Trustee Holmes further advised Officer Miles at that time that he had unprotected sex with the female employee while in Las Vegas.
Jesus, this guy, boy, you talk about an oversharer. I mean, telling your buddies that you got laid is one thing. Telling them that the chick was pretty much passed out and you still fucked her and you got her drunk and this and that. I mean, dude, take it easy. Oh, yeah, and I wasn't wearing a bag and I just shot in it. Hey, all right, got it.
The lawsuit alleges that when the officer told the woman what happened, she requested to speak to Mayor Henyard, who was allegedly concerned it could hurt her politically. The lawsuit says Henyard then advised the employee that if the information got out, Henyard would be ruined and all of the work she had done would be lost.
Wow, that's what she was worried about. So a girl was maybe drugged by one of her council selectmen or whatever they call it. And he might have done some horrific things and then videotaped it and showed somebody. And your first thought is, oh boy, I really hope this doesn't undermine the work I'm doing as the mayor. What a fucking Looney Tune this woman is. I hope she gets caught up in this somehow with some kind of accusation. We're going to get back to more of the Tiffany Henyard stuff in a little bit. There's actually a lot of her to catch up on today from all of her lawsuits. And, well, not just lawsuits. I think some stuff is borderline criminal, isn't it? All right, we got to get this goal knocked out, guys. We got 5 minutes to go. $75 away from knocking that thing out. Can we do it? Let's find out. Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats, memberships, etc. Thank you very much. I think we hit 800 people today. And that is really, really cool. I appreciate it. And again, I'm really sorry about being so tired today. I'm going to have to figure out this solo show schedule and not be so damn wiped because I can't do a show that tired. That's for sure. But I do have another half hour in me if you guys have another $75 in you. Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats, Venmo. Mr. Approachable's got a clip. Let's see what it is. On dudes, you might like the way whiskers feel against your cheek when you make out with a guy. I mean, yes, I said that, but that's remarkably out of context. I was saying it in regards to people who would... It was a clip out of context today, all right? SH says, oh, the guy was on vacation. Well, vacation doesn't count. I forgot about the R-word loophole for vacation. God, every goddamn time. You ain't getting my money, says Ricada, sends his regards. I'm sure he does. $75 away from today's goal. Let's see if we can knock it out. Who's got a little bit to throw in at that $75 so we can do an extra half hour today and call it a win? That would be good. I don't want to get a phone call today saying like, oh boy, man, it's got to be over. April's either got to come back or you got to burn this thing to the ground. $75 away. Let's do this. I really want to see another half hour of show because we got a bunch of Tiffany Henyard, a ton. In the last week, since we last checked on her, she's been accused of like 4 or 5 other heinous things. She's an unlimited source of entertainment, this Tiffany Henyard. But right now, 75 is the number. The links are in the chat. Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats, memberships. Josie says, take the $75 loss out of April's salary. There you go. Crumbum says, who's Tiffany? Tiffany Henyard, the mayor lady. 3 minutes left. We got 3 minutes to try and knock out this $75 goal. Let's see if we can do it. I've been very spoiled lately. You guys have been knocking these out well before the buzzer. And now today, this show has been around before April. It's sad if it dies because she may quit. No, it's not going to die if she quits. It'll just become something else like it does anytime anyone quits. Only Aaron would know how good whiskers feel while making out with guys. That's not true. We got gay listeners. All right, 2 minutes to go. Just over 2 minutes to go and $75 away from today's goal and 30 minutes of overtime and some Tiffany Henyard updates, who I absolutely adore. Come on, guys. Go ahead and click that link. Throw in a couple of bucks, and let's see if we can hammer this thing out. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, etc. 2 minutes to go. This mayor almost gets accused as much as Trump, says Gay Idols. Well, yeah, but I mean, unlike Trump, it's pretty cut and dry what this chick has done. Oh, my goodness. All right, guys, 1.5 minutes. We got 1:30 left to go, and we're $75 away. Can anybody come in and save today's show? Sandy Squatch gifting 5 memberships. There we go, $65 away, and we've got ourselves an outside shot at saving this thing. 1 minute and 15 seconds to go, $65 away. The Streamlabs and PayPal links are in the chat. The Venmo info is in the chat. Super Chats, memberships, etc. Can we get there? $65 away. And 1 minute. We are officially at the 1 minute mark for today. Mr. Approachable, Trucker 18-Wheeler, Vince McMahon, T. Jefferson, and Gray Idols all getting memberships. Scarface with $4.99 says money, and we're $60 away. Can we do it? $60 away from today's goal. $5 coming in from Dr. Silverwolf. So if we have to rebuild the show, would we have Steel Toe Born Again, Again t-shirts? We might have to, but who's going to handle the merch if April's not here? $55 away from today's goal, and we have 30 seconds. 30 seconds to go, and $55 away from today's goal. 20 seconds left. Cole with $10 says, I'm like at $80 for the week. I'm done this week. Well, that's totally fine. $10 coming in. $45 away from today's goal. Looks like I have to do overtime. Looks like I've got to, but it also looks like you guys have to do the last $45. So get in there, throw a couple of bucks in. Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats. Adam with $7. Thank you very much, buddy. That's going to knock us down 5 more. $40 away from today's goal. Let's hammer it out. Let's see if we can get the rest of that done at $45. We're going to do, I'll catch you with a quick $40 bag at 10:15 and then another quick $40 bag at 10:25, unless you guys knock it out by then. In which case, don't even worry about it. All right, let's do these. Let's finish up this Tiffany Henyard story. So this guy, Andrew Holmes, who's one of her councilmen or whatever, one of her cronies, there was a trip they all took because, the mayor's important. And, of Dalton. And apparently this Holmes guy got laid and he couldn't stop telling people about it. But the problem was, it was on recorded phone calls and video. He was like showing video of this passed out girl on his bed. He was telling these stories about how the girl maybe couldn't totally consent. Just really a fucked up dude. Let's go ahead and take a listen.
Despite assurances that Henyard and then Henyard's boyfriend would handle the situation, the lawsuit alleges the female employee was eventually fired by the Village of Dalton.
Dude, you can't fire someone who's got an R-word investigation going on. It's not, I hate to be, a PR stickler, but that's a bad look, in my opinion.
Officer Miles still works for Dalton, but alleges his duties were diminished and he faced retaliation at work. We spoke briefly to Holmes this afternoon by phone, who said he had no response at this time. Not to these allegations. I'm not bothered by it. Las Vegas police have reportedly opened an investigation into the accusations against Holmes. On Monday, the 4 Dalton trustees, in opposition to Henyard, hired former Chicago Mayor Lori Lightfoot to conduct an investigation.
Oh, she's back! Our girl is back! Everybody say hi to Lori Lightfoot. Hey, where have you been all this time, sweet cheeks? We missed you. Coming back to investigate the Dalton mayor. Here we go.
Into allegations of corruption in Dalton, including...
Wait, you're going to have Lori Lightfoot look into corruption? What if she finds her own? And by the way, if you can't find corruption in Dalton, Alabama, where Tiffany Henyard, perhaps the most crooked politician alive, is working, you're not worth your salt.
What happened on that trip to Las Vegas? Now, in January, the plaintiffs filed a claim with the Illinois Department of Human Rights outlining the same allegations. That claim has now been withdrawn with the filing of this lawsuit. So far, we've not received any response from Henyard or the village of Dalton. Dane Platt.
Actually, Henyard did have a response, but it was just a bunch of, man, fuck these bitches, fuck these hoes.
Former Chicago Mayor Lori.
She's being a little confrontational, I think, more than anything else. She is. Hitler Diff says, "You walleye looking bitch." Somebody says, "Why does she look like an evil scientist?" She might be an evil scientist. Vince Griswold says Aaron doubling his income by proving he doesn't need co-hosts. Dude, today I kind of needed a co-host for sure. I was sleepy as all hell today. I know we made it funny, my sleepiness, but it was an unprofessional performance on my part. Dub with $6 over on Rumble says, I miss April. Aw. And then throws us $6. So now we're $35 away from today's goal. $30 away as Rupert gives us $4.99. Finkelstein Shit Kid says Lori's actually 1/4 grouper fish. See, I didn't know that. Rupert says Lori Lightfoot to investigate corruption. These residents get what they deserve. Lori Lightfoot has investigated corruption. On what'd she find? It's delicious, as she just flaps back $100 bills in a roll. The corruption is strong. It is very, very strong. $30 away from today's goal. If you want to contribute to the program, we appreciate it. Very nice. Oh, Jesus. I'm actually seeing shit. I thought I heard something behind the screen, behind the sheet here, the backdrop, and then I thought I saw something over there. Oh fuck! What is a girl to do with a day like today? Honestly, if we're $30 away and I still have to do overtime anyway, we might as well get that whole thing knocked out. Thos Alman says she's getting $400 an hour. Oh my God. All right, let's look into the Lori Lightfoot thing.
Lightfoot will serve as an outside attorney for the village of Dalton. Village trustees appointed her to investigate Mayor Tiffany Henyard. Henyard is facing allegations of corruption, reckless spending, and retaliation. NBC5's Regina Waldrop was at tonight's village board meeting.
Working as a special investigator for the village of Dalton, that's now the position of Lori Lightfoot.
People in this village want something different, want to go in a different direction.
Residents packed into a special meeting where 4 Dalton trustees voted to appoint the former Chicago mayor and federal prosecutor to conduct an independent investigation of Mayor Tiffany Henyard and her administration. Henyard is accused of corruption and misusing village funds.
The residents of Dalton deserve nothing less than a government that is fully accountable, responsive, transparent, and effective stewards of your precious tax dollars.
This is coming from Mayor Sideways Pistol. Oh, my God. This is a joke, right? Like, Chicago is historically one of the most corrupt towns in America. I'm guessing Lori Lightfoot is doing this. I bet you this Tiffany Henyard ends up cleared and she can keep her job. And this is like Lori Lightfoot's stamp of approval on her. Because this mayor, Tiffany Henyard, has got to be like there for a reason, because someone like that doesn't get elected. Unless Dalton's the dumbest fucking city on earth, which who knows? But Lori Lightfoot as the fucking... It just looks rotten, you know? There's got to be all kinds of lawyers out there. So I guess Tiffany Henyard yesterday got booed at her local township meeting. She's not doing so hot anymore. And they're kind of the knives are coming out for old Tiffany Henyard. Her walking around with off-duty police officers flanking her like a posse. They're tired of paying for that. They're tired of paying for her vacations. I don't think she's gonna be there for the long haul. Here we go.
Everybody want it to continue to be a show and not really show facts as it relates to what's really going on in our township.
And here we go.
The mayor of your town just called it a shit show. That's nice.
Another contentious night for Tiffany Henyard at the annual Thornton Township meeting. Henyard is township supervisor, but tonight she was challenged by board members and the public. She was booed loudly at several points during tonight's meeting. Henyard said it's not fair for residents to ask so many questions in the township when she says they don't ask them in other communities.
That's because they don't have a dirty, rotten mayor in those communities. I love that take. She's like, man, you know what the problem is? You people ask too many fucking questions. It's not that I'm a shitty leader and I suck at my job and I'm stealing money from you guys. Oh. I just got a text about, okay, I think we're going to be able to put something together for tomorrow morning's show. We'll see. I just love that this Tiffany Henyard is going, oh, yeah, you know what the problem is? You know what the problem is with being an elected official? These fucking people just keep asking me questions about shit. They don't just let me do what I want. God, they suck. Oh, April needs to channel this bitch, someone says. Now, people saying over on the Rumble chat, Adonis Paul would be great on Steel Toe. AP has been on the show before. We've had AP as a guest host. I'm going to put all this shit together today, guys. If you give me a little grace on this, it's a lot at the moment. I don't want to lose April as a co-worker, as a co-host. But I really think this stuff has really gotten to her bad. And I don't know. I'm fucking tired. I'm worn out. I'm stressed. My ribs are fucking killing me. I'm not sleeping well because of the ribs. Just hard shit to think about. I'm really hoping we can get that last 30 knocked out. That's a pesky last little 30. And then hopefully we can call it. Dead Game says, don't listen to any of us, Aaron. Pastor Aristocock says, someone call the Wambulance. I just love that. I love this Tiffany Henyard. I just want more stories of her. I just want more stories where, like, she's just like, yo, you know what the problem is? Y'all turning this into a shit show. Like, you don't see that in any other city. You see the mayor go, everyone come to order. We will now have public comment time. Who would like to speak? And then Tiffany Henyard does hers like, all right, which motherfucker want to come up here and say I ain't doing my fucking shit right? Like, Jesus. I mean, I don't think you're doing a very good job. I mean, where's all this money coming from? Man, why y'all ask so many dumb, fucked up questions, you stupid ass bitch? Sorry, I just thought I had a right to know where my tax dollars are going. Your tax dollars is going where your tax dollars is going. Now shut the fuck up. Why y'all don't ask these questions over in Chicago? Because we don't live in Chicago? Man, why y'all gotta be sweating me? She's so much fun. But she's so bad at her job. Like, she's so bad for that city. That city needs something other than her. But the rest of us need her because she's so fucking hilarious and awesome. Oh, my God. $30 away from knocking this out today. And, or maybe I just let the $30 go and I just fucking go to sleep. Dub says, I love you guys. No homo. Best morning show, in my opinion. Thank you very much. Oh, I got a text. It looks like I'll have to talk to April after the show. I think today needs to be a day of rest. What do you guys think? Maybe rest up today? Because this would be the second time I haven't been able to finish one of these solo shows with overtime. I chewed through all my stories today. Aaron's baby goat says, this is why we were so easy to round up for field work, stupid. Oh my God, the baby goats thing. That I'm never going to live that down. The baby goats deal. All right, guys, I'm just going to leave that $30 on the table. We've been doing really, really well this week. So I don't think we're going to miss that $30 if we come up short. You guys have been more than awesome to this show. I'm going to go rest up. Matt and I are going to do an evening show tonight. I'm going to talk to April. I'm going to see what's going on because so many people are asking me questions. Oh boy, I need to figure out what's going on with this show, my man. All right, I'm going to get out of here. You guys have a great rest of your day. Go inhale some exhaust fumes, says Pastor Aristocock TX. Bye, everybody.